Okay. So does anyone remember what you may or may not have been doing last session?
We cleared the dungeon and then we got yelled at by a homeless giant.
I
He's
mean,
not homeless.
that's true. That wherever the open sky of Eberron is, that's his home. Uh, he does have an actual like home, but it's maybe a
He
little
just
more
didn't tell us
primitive.
where it is.
That's true. Yeah, it's somewhere on that island. There's no spoilers there that there is a native population of giants on that island. But
It's like if you go to Portland, not every crazy bearded like conspiracy man is homeless.
oh man, I feel bad now. Uh, just the majority. All right, so let me put this up. Yeah, I hope that island was more fun than Portland, for fuck's sake. Jesus.
My grandma is one of like the sweetest people and doesn't like speak poorly of places or experiences or people. And we went to Portland because the cruise she wanted to take was out of there.
Hmm.
And she hated Portland. She was like, this place is horrible and gross. And I mean, she was more diplomatic about it, but yeah.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
other than Powell's bookstore, I would agree with her.
Yeah. Well, I don't want to risk offending anyone from Portland who might listen to this.
Fuck 'em.
I feel like that's not much of an issue because no one listens to it. But in case this comes up in like judicial things as evidence against me or something, like in the future.
Fuck them. That's what she said. I
Yeah,
heard it.
yeah. I mean, that's one route to take. I did it because I liked it and all that. Um, but barring that, yeah, you finished. You had a kind of a surprise. I don't know if I'd call it offer, more like plea from the inhabitants of that temple. Um, Kind of odd to be asked something, but they said, "Hey, we're slowly going crazy because we've been here for 40,000 years, and we're apparently not just standard constructs." Um, nobody really elaborated on that. Do you know anywhere where they still worship the god that we're like devoted to? And the answer, short answer, no. Longer answer, yes with a but. Um, and Purser was kind enough to point out on the map a place where something, an aspect of that god is still worshipped, somewhere way the hell in Korover, which is all Greek to them. So they said, sure. And then they said, do you have a boat? Because our alternative is walking on the ocean floor, which they could do, but it would suck. Uh, and you guys
Honestly,
were,
I would have liked to see a side plot where they're like hitchhiking their way across the ocean and like trying to navigate the alien society of like 1920s America.
yeah,
They're like asking for directions by like drawing the map I gave them in the dirt. And
So, what brings you to rapture? Just these silent fucking constructs. Just
yeah. There's some things in the oceans too that I think I'd rather. I'm not
yo.
mean enough to make them deal with. I mean, the
Super
the most.
libertarians?
I mean, I don't. Would you call the Sahagwin libertarian? I mean, they do eat
um,
everyone under them. There's an element of that.
that is a
Like,
pretty libertine perspective they have, but
yeah, where they
It's a bit
literally
more.
cannibalize the lesser people. So, yeah, kind of. Um,
I'd say a little bit more of a caste system, but it works.
I don't think they have casts, honestly.
yeah,
I think they're
it's
just
What if your arm breaks? Damn.
well, if you have three others, then you're probably okay.
Yeah.
But, um, yeah, so you guys did offer them a ride, and they were happy to take it. Although it involved them like two of them carrying this giant fuck off urn, which is probably just hot. Like it probably just has an enchantment on it to make it hot. But regardless, they hauled it down, and yes, there was a strange fire giant druid who came out of the woods, literally, to object to you guys carrying what he called mistakes of the ancients. Um, uh, but you were able to convince him that you were all affiliated with the Torch of Progress, um, which explained a lot of things in his thinking. And he said, yeah, okay, then go, but you have to promise you don't bring any of that back, waving vaguely in the direction of the Arconics. So you agreed to that because you were about as confused as he was at that point, and continued on your way down and got on the ship and started your 11-day journey, one way or another, back up the coast. Yeah, I guess back towards where you need to go. And you had just off the coast of the southeastern corner of the island, you had just seen another ship, well, much more mundane and, wooden and frail ship, that had been apparently hit by a storm or something, which there had been a pretty bad storm the night before. Maybe that was what got him. You saw it was a foreign ship waving a foreign flag, and you hadn't decided what to do yet. You just kind of spotted them. And yeah, anything I missed?
Out of character, if I remember correctly, it was the Reader Unity, right?
Yep, Unity of Reader.
Okay. Did any of us recognize it in character? That's what I really don't remember.
Oh, Ludger did.
Ludger did.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, Ludger, it's one of those, like, it was not a high check. It was just basically, do you remember what that, like, oh yeah, that's the Chinese flag. Oh, okay, sure, whatever. Something like that. It's a foreign flag. It wasn't terribly relevant, but, he knew them from occasionally they would send, like, aid stuff to pretty much all the nations during the last war. So, he's aware of them. And when he
At
said
least
that,
enough to recognize the flag.
yeah, when he said that, I would say it would be a light bulb moment for anybody from Corvair. It's like, oh yeah, them. Okay.
It is a really weird symbol too. I wouldn't blame anyone for not recognizing it.
But yeah, you're about 20 miles offshore of the main island for the little cluster of islands here. The ship looks like maybe it's an hour or so from just completely sinking. Water is pouring out from the sides as the crew frantically bails it out. And yeah, you guys, your ship is, we shall say, distinct. There's not a lot of like fly casually with your ship. So if you can see them, they can see you pretty clearly. And I would say definitely Bemmy and really anybody else with good eyes. To you guys on that one. Your adventures, everyone's exceptional. Anyone who cares to can see frantic movement from the crew, followed by a waving of another flag on deck, a white flag with an X across it. Well, a red X.
Oh, Bemmy's gonna point it out and just yell like, "Hey, there's a sinking boat over there. They need help. Do we help them? It's a white flag with an X. Does that mean good or bad? I ain't no sailor."
Is that a Corvarian recognized symbol or?
Give me a history check or water vehicles check.
Or water vehicles? Well, I think I can do that actually. It's just rats.
Possible Meemaw would have. I love that Meemaw is my like hand wave for why you know anything.
If you see a boat flying this flag, it means it's a good time.
Laugh at them, yeah.
Laugh at
Pull
them
up
and
real
point.
close and say, "Ah, sucks."
You guys want to ride? Get a new boat.
Yeah, Purser doesn't really do boats.
Yeah, you're not sure, Purser. Like
Water vehicles.
The Thrainish Navy is not a thing of beauty.
Is
given
there
that I believe you're landlocked.
Yes.
Is there an attribute you want me to roll with water vehicles?
Yes, just roll it.
With
I
what?
guess
Well, he was asking which
intel.
one.
Oh, sorry.
Which
Yeah, intelligence. There you go. Add intelligence to it. I mean,
All right.
okay, so all right, so this that actually makes some coherent sense in game. Ludger, in your university days, um, largely like so the Carnathy Navy isn't bad. It really isn't. It never got in recent history. I feel like it hasn't gotten as much attention as the Army did, but it definitely isn't bad. And you did learn basic naval stuff. That is that is the international, at least within 5 nations, symbol for I need assistance, basically. Um, it's, assistance requested, something along those lines. It's about the same time you learned the whole Jeffet code, which was kind of a teeth-gritted moment. Like the fact that someone from Sire came up with that originally is a little insulting to Karnath, because you know, how dare someone else invent some wartime stuff? But among universal codes, yeah, you're aware of what that one means. Japheth code is sort of like Morse code, by the way. But yeah, so that is they're requesting assistance.
And a moment where the Eberron Imperial Germany had a better navy than the actual real Imperial Germany.
I mean, they have a much bigger coastline to their defense, and they have pirates like very close by to like they kind of have to have something.
Yeah, I think the only like strictly better navies are like specialist naval empires and Lyrandar.
Yeah, yeah, private naval. Yeah.
Yeah.
I relay this information to the rest of the water, as well as adding on, basically especially as I don't really know too much about them, it's, there's just some things you don't do, and one of them is leaving sailors in the water.
That's the first thing Pursers ever agreed with Ludger on.
Oh,
And we should render aid immediately. They're strange people, but they don't deserve this.
Oh, I thought it's because they're in water and you hate water.
Why do I hate water?
Because you like fire.
What?
That's true.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
I got a question. Wait, real quick. So he don't like water because he makes fire. In
He's
this case,
aquaphobic.
Purser, do you like soup?
Okay,
This
I'm
is
going to
where-
start
Do
this
you?
off.
Yes or no? Yes or no? Do you like soup?
So I'm going to answer while I'm like getting to the wheel because we have to get moving.
Yes,
But
obviously.
yeah, I'm going to like yell down. Okay, firstly, I like soup. Secondly,
See,
it's a malformed it's a malformed premise, Bemmy. I don't hate water.
it is not a malformed premise. If you don't hate water, you like soup. Water and fire make soup. If you really think about it. So
It
Balthazar,
makes air.
Th-
I
This
like
is
how my
absolutely an
mug is.
in-character universe,
Oh
like
yeah,
an
absolutely.
in-universe conversation.
No,
And
my
That,
you
that
guys
monk
are
weird
is
moment,
my
you
monk.
know you're saying stupid shit when even Bemmy is like, now see that
wait,
that
wait,
you see
wait.
that
No,
just that makes no doggone sense.
Yeah,
how can he hate water?
my monk is he's the chaotic one of this group. Funnily enough, now.
But yeah, as that other ship is fighting for its life, you guys are debating the essentials of soup. And yeah, if
We're sailing like
yeah, I
it's
know,
got
I
a dig
know.
on it.
You didn't just
What am I
like
gonna do?
flash your high beams and go by. But
Looks like you're
yeah,
having a rough time. Bye.
Throw a single inner tube.
yeah.
You got this.
But yeah, you guys do start piloting up directly towards them. You can see as you approach the ship proper, getting closer, you can see that like the crew are dressed almost entirely in white outfits. um, with veils covering their faces, although a lot of them have, like, out of desperation, pulled the veils off as they're, like, incredibly exhausted just working these bellows. But
Wait a minute. Is this a wedding?
No, no, no. You see, Bemmy, many navies, when they're operating in warmer climates, issue white uniforms to their sailors. Not only, for the aesthetics of it all, as well as keeping the outfits relatively light, under light colored under the sun. It also has the benefit of making them more visible when they go overboard.
I truly hope it's just filled with a bunch of, brides
I don't.
instead.
I don't think that's quite the case. I've seen some of these people before, and they all wore white.
I mean,
I mean,
it
mask.
could be either one. But yeah, the main exceptions you see, there are several figures waiting on the quarterdeck that are not wearing white. Um,
Oh,
So
Most of
kill them.
them are in light armor and have somewhat bestial features, with shimmering crystal weapons across their backs and collars around their necks. Um, Anyone from Corvair would recognize them as shifters. Uh, in the middle of them is a woman, seemingly human, but with features that do kind of give off a uh, they sort of trigger the uncanny valley, I would say is the best way to put it. Very doll-like, porcelain, sort of a porcelain doll, dressed in a fine outfit of gray crystal and silk. Um, Her long purple hair is held back in an ornate headdress, and she watches your ship approach with a calculating eye as one of the presumably sailors or something continues to wave the flag.
can we rig up like a big platform on the crane and use that to move people over?
I was about to say either that or the lifeboat.
Yeah,
We
I
we
mean,
could put the lifeboat on the crane, actually.
Yeah,
you could.
exactly.
Yeah, you absolutely could. Let me put up. There it
If we don't
is.
have like a pallet ready.
Um, yeah, I mean
Sorry, guys, you guys are gonna have to wait an hour and a half for us to
Make a pallet.
pallet
Yeah, we
the
got to
the
get this
height
through a union.
difference. Yeah, the height difference is a bit of a problem, but you guys could definitely manage it. Let's see. I put up. Where is it here? I thought I had one for them. This is the woman in question. And let's see here. Um, so that's kind of everybody's quick casual glance of these people. Hick, the ship, or more accurately, its inhabitants, show up a bit differently to your senses than everyone else's. All of the sailors in white have almost identical dream auras, down to each individual flicker or hue. They remind you of those little metal spikes that Ludger keeps trying to sell off to the tribal drow. Um, like, everyone is boringly identical. The beast folk have different dreams, but still uniform among their group. It's all kind of like it's very unnatural. Like I said, it just looks somehow mass produced. Um, but as creepy as that is, it's nowhere near as bad as the woman. Uh, Siltalis' dream aura reminded you of like a manticore, which your people have seen occasionally, largely in the mountains, but they're there. A blending of multiple clearly different beings that somehow kind of worked, at least um, as far as aesthetic. Uh, there was always a shadow of what was kind of fused to her, but they were so closely connected that there wasn't a real ending of one and like a beginning of the other. It was just, this is something that maybe it was unnatural at one point, but it just looked like it belonged. Um, it made her interesting to look at, but she still didn't dream, so it was like, that's a cool screensaver, but the computer never turns on. Um, What's clinging to this woman reminds you more of a deeply embedded tick, a writhing mass of dream energy with countless threads digging into her mental landscape and centered around her head and back. One of the threads twitches, and the woman speaks in accented common, shouting up. Greetings, I am Lady Sarakai, and my ship requires your assistance.
Pick is going to talk in everyone's head and go, this looks really ick. Very bad, strange, kind of neat. All in white have the same dream. Her, like big leech on her with tendril, and it moved before she speak. Those two kind of different, but still linked together in a way. But the rest dream the same.
Let's worry about that once we get them on board and into safety.
No, we just pick them up last.
So like I'm up at the helm, like keeping things steady as we begin this operation. So I think it'll be up to everyone else.
Fair enough.
Yeah, as far as like the crane is concerned, Ben, you'll go over whistling Steamboat Willie the entire time, getting it ready.
Okay.
Yeah. Ludger
Man, I don't think she'd even be able to share the images of what it kind of looks like to her.
Yeah, fair enough.
She's gonna go find paper and just kind of draw it in a very stick figure but enthusiastic way.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah. I guess I'll help with the crane as much as I can, but most will be at the ready to actually get on the other side, get on the ship.
Okay. Lady Sarakai continues. We have been badly damaged by the storm and need to make repairs. If you tow us to land, we can try and repair our ship. Do this, and you'll gain a favor of the captain of the harmonious sail of the Unity of Riedra. She seems oddly like there's obvious everyone else is either sweating or half like exhausted. They look half dying from exhaustion, or just clearly somewhat concerned. She seems utterly calm and like in this scenario. The Unity must train its leadership well if she's not bothered by this.
Yeah, I think we can rig it up for towing. I'm not sure what kind of like giant size supplies we have down below, but
You have a lot of chain. Like they didn't bother with rope, they just used the fact that it didn't rust away is like you don't think it's metal, but whatever it is, it's they had a lot of chain primarily set for the crane, but you could probably rig something up.
Okay. See, I think honestly they would know where is safe to attach a giant chain to a speedboat on their boat.
Yeah,
so.
they're a little like the sailors themselves are we'll say a little unfamiliar with attaching it to like something like your ship, but they're all quite singularly focused on their task and are able to cinch it up to the ship. And with a couple minutes of frantic work as the ship dips a little lower, they're able to get it set up. And if you take it easy going in that 20 miles, and they all brace themselves, you should avoid like ripping the ship in half as you go. You could also just hit the throttle and just see what happens.
If we go fast enough, they'll go up into the air and out of the water.
Exactly. I love it.
But yeah, I'll just ask like Bemi to sit up on the deck with me and keep an eye on them while I carefully steer us to shore.
Okie
Just so
dokie.
I don't like if I pump the throttle a little bit and they start cracking open, I want to know.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll say easy. Okay, easy.
Exactly.
Hey, up! You're getting some spicy cracks. Okay.
Speaking of which,
Hey,
how
oh,
far from
look!
shore are we?
About 20 miles.
Oh, that's not too bad.
No, definitely not
Don't
for your
worry,
ship.
Captain. We'll buff out the scratches.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah,
Pick
you
is just
guys.
that kid in the corner, like in a horror movie that's drawing the scary monsters they saw. She's just very dedicated to her work right now.
The best thing about Pick is like I don't think it's necessary that anyone doubts her at this point. It's just there's a continuous communication barrier, even though you can literally explain things in a universal language. Like, I really like that actually, where it's like just because you can communicate doesn't mean anyone can understand.
They just don't see like she sees, and she's like, "Why are you blind?"
Yeah, I mean that does track. If you literally have another sense that no one else does, it's going to be hard to explain it.
And you've spent your whole life perceiving it that way, and you're around people that understand that you perceive differently, but these people have
Yeah,
no clue.
yeah.
Describing a rainbow to a blind person.
Yeah,
Yeah, she's just like, "Why don't you see?"
Open your
yeah.
eyes, dumbass.
Yeah. Just see. God, you people you can't fly, you can't see right. Yeah. uh Hit casually, casually understanding moth people's supremacy. Um but yeah, as you guys tow this other ship in, is there anything you guys want to do, like make faces at them, pick off people on the deck, uh try and make
Throw small
casual
rocks at them
conversation?
while laughing.
Yeah, yeah. What all things you've done, anything along those lines, or is it just like you're just focused on getting them inshore?
Yeah, we gotta help these people.
Okay, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, then with some cooperation between ships, you are like I wouldn't say they're like really surprised because they're kind of in survival mode, but when one of the other sailors does like come up closer to explain things or at least coordinate with you guys, they're a little bit thrown off by the fact that your ship has no crew by sailing standards, like none. Uh, but especially for a ship this big, they expected like a lot of people. But regardless, they're very much just you know, they're not in a mood to marvel at anything. It's a matter of like deal with what they need to deal with to get this to survive. Because they thought they were dead, or they seemed like they probably were dead. So they're
Resigned
able.
to their fate.
Yeah, although to their credit, none of them seemed that fussy about it. Like based off their auras pick, they all seemed oddly calm. But yeah, you're able to get in as close as possible without flat out beaching the ship. And now if it like sinks down, it literally can't sink down too far. Um, this is one of those things where, yeah, there's technically there aren't really tides, so they can't be like, oh, we'll pull in and rely on high tide to take us out again. But getting it in close enough that they could theoretically like go back and forth while repairing it, that's as good as you're gonna reasonably get. But yeah, the once you're done with this, once you properly sort of dock it, so to speak, you find a sufficiently high sandbar, to sort of like put it on. Um, yeah, Lady Sarakai, her shifter guards, and a few crew members come forward, are willing to come up onto your ship, to offer thanks. It seems like, or or your reward or whatever.
I have a quick question.
Yes.
Does piloting the giantess ship require concentration? Could I have been ritual casting comprehend languages while driving?
Mm, I would say so, because otherwise that's let me look at the exact wording put on the thing. I don't want to limit, but at the same time I just want to be consistent. Whatever I put for the Riptider.
Right. If it
Okay.
requires an action every turn, then it would stop me from casting. So
Elemental helm function blah blah blah. Extension of the senses attuned. and touching it, you gain the following abilities as long as you maintain concentration as if concentrating on the spell. Okay, so right there. I copied most of it from the Spelljammer thing, so
Okay.
um,
So yeah, I
but
do not have comprehend languages active then.
he was speaking in common, with a
Right.
little bit of an accent, but yeah. Um, but yeah, um, if it seems like they want to come up to offer thanks for saving the entire ship's lives. You guys accept like their hail? They're not going to come on board if you don't accept. They're very much in a position of like you saved us.
Or yeah, I
I mean,
guess you can come on
sounds
board.
reasonable.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess you can come on board. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, because another thing is it's not like they could just hop over. You're even pulled up next to it. Your ship towers over there. Um, but yeah, they climb up onto the ship via like ladder or whatever, and Lady Sarakai looks around a bit curiously at this like behemoth of a ship before approaching and handing the closest of you. She kind of glances back and forth and she would probably assume, let's see. She would probably assume Purser because he's at the helm, that you're in charge, and she's going to hand you what looks like a badge made of crystal with two crescent moons interlocked. It's the same symbol you've seen hanging from the collars of the shifters. This is my personal crest. Show it when entering Readran territory, and it will gain you enough credit to not be immediately expelled.
Thank you. We likely don't anticipate entering reagent territory anytime in the near future, but it is, you know, we appreciate this token of thanks.
We could not stand idly by.
Of course. If you don't mind me asking, where do you hail from? We are quite a bit a ways from Corover.
I'll let Ludger give that spiel. I don't want to be
Sorry,
responsible.
what was that?
I don't want to be responsible for what happens.
The question was, where do you hail from? We're very far from
Bemmy would
Corover.
immediately blurt out, I come from Caracos.
Pick would think to the group, don't tell them about Mishann. They're weird. Do not want.
That's why I'm saying Caracos. Well, Caracos.
Yes.
She just like holds her pictures like, no.
Yeah, it's quite true that our companion and us as well are from Caracos. You know,
I mean, she recognizes us as Corvarin.
She cocks an eyebrow, but just nods a
yeah,
little bit.
naturally we are from uh, you know, mostly from Corvair, but we do have business on this island, and we have been setting up a something of an outpost, you could say, and kind of one of those things where he's trying to give a truth where he can, while not telling them exactly where we're fucking from. Like,
Gotcha. Um, Pick, you see that that weird thing on her back, sort of reach a little bit of a tendril out, but yeah, beyond that, she just nods and says,
Towards us.
towards Ludger, who's talking. Although it briefly shifts over to Bemmy when he's talking.
She
And
would
she said, yeah.
flutter up next to them, very possessively dragging them back.
Okay.
And look at the woman like, so
Yeah, the woman just nods and says, "Well, regardless, we owe you, my crew owes you their lives, and we are appreciative." And she goes to leave with that. At which point there is a loud crack on the edge of the ship, and as a burst of smoke jumps up, her shifter guards immediately, literally change into more brutal forms, before drawing their weapons and surrounding the lady, knocking aside any of the sailors that came with them that were on the way. They're literally just immediately going into guard mode. And as they all look around, tense and confused, waiting for something else to happen. But none of you did that you're aware of, and nothing else seems to happen. Although a couple of the terrified sailors murmur something in their language that sounds like Altavar before, they're trying not to run, but they clearly want off the ship and go and help steady the ladder down for their lady and the guards to get down. All of which are quite happy to get off, although for her part, the lady just didn't seem concerned. She seems more curious and is looking around before she leaves. But they depart with that without asking you about it or anything further. They just went off. If they seem to think they're in the horror movie, and you're the monsters they had to talk to. But as the last one scrambles down the ladder, you get the distinct impression they're just glad to be away from you, even if you save their lives.
Pick just is very possessive and kind of puts herself between them and her people most of the time. If they get close to them, no.
Fair enough. And yeah, as they had a rowboat / lifeboat that they had ready, so technically not everyone would have died, but they are an egalitarian people. They didn't want to lose a single sailor. And can I get an int or perception check as the rowboat departs?
Perception, gladly.
From anybody?
No, you need to roll.
Yeah,
you need to roll
anybody who
int.
wants to. Okay. So Bemi, you of course notice, because you notice things all the time with your elven eyes, that as they are sailing away, the number of sailors on the rowboat doesn't match what was there when they came on board. Same time, you notice some of the chains near the crane move on their own.
He's sitting here looking at his fingers. He's like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Takes off sandals.
Wait a minute. Guys, there's less people on that boat. Anybody else notice them chains moving by themselves?
Does that mean they are on our boat?
Yeah. I don't know if they're on our
Ew.
boat. I don't know where
I
they
think
are.
so. I got the Blackadder rattle. Mel, get him down.
Purser closes his eyes and sinks his senses into the ship.
Okay. Yeah, let me see the details on that. But let's see.
Pick is gonna go look.
Yeah, I would say you can't necessarily see more, but changing the perspective to basically being right there at the chains, you do see them move a little bit. Yeah, if you guys go to investigate the area, as Bemi just flat out points, I imagine.
Oh yeah, he's not. He's
yeah.
like, what the hell? Why
Yeah.
is that different?
Yeah. Immediately you see one of the sailors appears crouched down, their hands up in white, speaking rapidly, sounding panicked in Riedran.
Oh,
It's a foreign language.
They forgot one. What?
Why is he scared?
I don't speak that. I don't speak
Yeah,
those
on our boat?
Yes, on your boat. He's speaking frantically and gesturing as if he doesn't want anything to do with the rowboat, which is about to the shore where the rest of their the crew is.
So Bemi, he's scared because his friends just left him behind. Let's calm him down and we'll talk to him.
Well, yeah, I want to talk to him, but
And now I'm going
But
to
he
start
don't-
casting comprehend languages.
he don't want to go on the boat. Like every time he points, he keeps making his hands
He
into
just
an
wants
X.
to-
It's like there, no, there, no.
All right. Still have a stowaway.
Pick.
But
I can't talk to him, but you can.
Okay.
yeah.
I don't like touching it. I don't want to touch it.
Don't touch. Talk.
I have to touch its mind.
Well, it's,
Oh.
it's,
I don't want
Okay.
to touch it.
it's
But
not the
it's not-
Hashalak, is it? It's just a guy?
This is
Yeah,
just a guy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. It's not.
He doesn't
weird,
have the same dream.
No. The dream is the same there, but now that you look closer, it's fluctuating a little oddly. Like whatever weird mass-produced dreams were in the rest of them, there's some there, but it's a little different.
Okay.
But most importantly, no giant bug tendril thing stuck to the back of his ethereal
Very
head.
good. Very
Danger
good.
spaghetti.
But yeah, do you like reach out and talk in his
Yeah.
head, or you just
Yeah. She'll reach out and be like, "Did you not want to go with them?"
he like almost falls over at that, looking around frantically, white eyes, and like cowering, speaks even louder, it sounds like almost a half murmured prayer, and like he wouldn't know instinctively that he can talk back. He just is hearing a
Well,
voice in his head.
You
it
can be back
depends.
to
They
me.
are habituated to psychic use.
They are, but this is an unfamiliar voice, presumably
Right.
from a malevolent spirit.
Yeah, so there's
Back
definitely
to me.
wiggle room.
You don't want to go with creepy people? That is good.
So he eventually, yeah, like it takes him a minute, but he seems to kind of steel himself and like focus, and you do hear a reply in your head, Pick, of Dark Spirit, I don't wish to die. I don't. That's why we are here, Dark Spirit.
Would you die if you go with them?
Yes, you know this. You have been with me since I was cursed.
I am not Dark Spirit. I'm Pick.
Oh.
She translates what he's saying to Purser, and she's like, "I think he is crazy."
Cursed. I can do curses, but get some more information out of him, Peck.
What do you need?
You hear like you definitely hear it's mentally it's the equivalent of like what was the character I am the forces with me thing, from
I'm
the
the
only good
forces with me.
the only good modern Star Wars film. Yeah, like
There are none.
yeah. Hey, you know what? That was that was not a bad film. I will
No,
give
Rogue
it
One
full
was
credit.
good. I think his name's Chirrut.
Yeah, there you go. Rogue
Like
One.
that.
Thank you. Yeah, Rogue One was good. But yeah, he it very much has like a chant vibe to it, like just but then he kind of stops himself as he's like instinctively falls into this like, the fish cannot swim, the blah blah blah, but he makes himself stop, and it's uh Dark Spirit, Hick, you you have never spoken before directly. I have truly fallen.
I am Spirit. I am
Hick,
Pick.
yeah, he doesn't seem to like he's definitely convinced he's talking to something that isn't Pick, but um, do you want to like flutter down to him and like point at yourself and point at him in a frustrated fashion? I'm trying to
I think
imagine.
she would just be like, yeah. I think she'd just be like, "Look, I am Pick. I am not Dark Spirit."
Okay, yeah, if you make it clear that you're the thing making the noises in his head, that confuses him, but also makes him a little less terrified. Oh, you are one of the four. Oh, uh, well, Hick. Uh, I was asking your people, uh, please do not kill me. I am like you. I am cursed. I cannot go back with the others.
That's cursor. She'll just translate to everyone so they're not left out.
So
Yeah, that's fair.
I'll like crouch down in front of him and like give him as like a reassuring a look directly in the eyes. Of course, Daniel, know that they don't like that, but
Yeah,
Purser
yeah,
knows that people like that.
yeah, that's the normal thing. Yeah, like he averts his gaze and doesn't seem real comfortable with that, but um I would say at this point there's been enough frantic back and forth and little stomped feetsies for Purser to have finished his comprehend languages.
So I'll just, well, still looking at him, I'll say, Pick, tell him that I'm a healer. I can help him.
This healer, he is very good, and he can help you if you are cursed.
Yes. Uh, I do not know if foreign healing it is all caused by Altavar, but yes, I will take anything. And he seems willing to accept this,
All
even
right.
though he
Well,
still swears all of you are possessed by dark spirits.
So, about that, I don't have Remove Curse prepared, because I hadn't anticipated running into an Ellen, like, fugitive. Funnily enough.
He's not Ellen, but yeah, he's
you didn't say
he is
anything
a
about the
reagent.
fugitive part, though.
Yeah, that's true. So by definition, he is a fugitive, which presumably when they're not like trying to frantically skedaddle away from the evil foreigners, they're gonna notice, hey, where's Johnny? I don't know. Like,
So,
He had the opportunity, and he chose not to. So now you're stuck with us.
so I'll just reach out and like warmly clasp his shoulder and exude as much calm and healingness as I can. And
okay.
say, Pick, tell him to rest and gather his strength. And in the morning, I will perform my magics and heal this malady of the mind.
It's like, you will need some rest because he will prepare, and then he will heal you in the morning. It will be good, and you will be safe. You do not have to go where you cannot go. We are nice.
Yeah, you're a very weird, like, evil person, but he's willing to take you at your word. He's got no other options. Uh,
Here, don't worry. I can make you feel better. Here, take this venom.
This very soft,
yeah,
tiny little thing is full of evil.
yeah,
Here, you want
yeah,
some Blackadder venom? That'll make you happy, I bet.
All the
yeah.
tendrils in his dreams turn to snakes.
Oh,
'Cause you're an
I
asshole.
turned into like a fucking
The
Yahtzee.
propaganda was real.
I turned into like a I turned into like a Yahtzee abomination.
Assuming you don't actually
No,
give the poor man psychedelics.
I bought my crack from Bangkok. I'm going to
This
use
is
it.
mine. Yeah, I'm not
It's not
sharing
just
this shit.
psychedelics, it's always bad trip psychedelics.
And there's people who
Only bad trips if you don't trance, but yeah,
I'm built different. I'm going to see what a monk is like when he takes it.
yeah, by all means.
I'm moving different.
Uh, so, he will like you get the feeling it's kind of talking to like keep himself from having a breakdown, but he is definitely willing to continue sort of talking with Pick. He's still not entirely convinced it's like she's not just a bug person who's also possessed by this his dark spirit, but like yeah, he rambles about how the dark spirits have been like imbibing him with power for months, and he's scared, and he knew he needed to escape because he didn't want to die, even if that was the right thing to do, because then his soul would be free of the taint and restart the cycle. Um, but yeah, um, he he very much does not want to go back with his 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 folks because that was why he made that smoke and noise and made himself invisible.
Hmm.
But yeah,
Yeah, we'll get him set up in like one of our like lean-to living spaces
Pink is not going to
and
let him
like
out of
make
her
sure he's
sight, though.
comfortable. What was that,
okay.
Pick?
She's gonna watch him because whatever the fuck that dream thing is, she doesn't want it coming anywhere near here. Or
That's
if she sees
fair.
weird shit afoot, she's like, people I like are here. Not today, devil.
Yeah, not today.
Actually, I
Yeah.
forgot about this at the time. I can cast protection from evil and good right now. So I can
Mm.
start with that, and then in the
Okay.
morning we can go to a more serious magic.
Yeah, he is horrified by you casting that, but like grits his teeth and just goes pale and lets you do whatever awful sorcery you're doing. And yeah, you know, it's he threw his lot in with you guys. He's got to get used to evil stuff.
Yep.
And yeah, that's could you put that spell up just so I see the official description?
Yes. Mostly it just stops possession.
I mean, it's still a good thing to have on.
Hmm.
Check against, yay, grants several benefits.
Notably, it does hit Quorai.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Mostly I'm just thinking like how this will affect his dreamscape, but I'm gonna say it is very helpful with that.
Yeah, it's only last 10 minutes, but
Oh yeah, that's true.
I just
That's
figured
at
maybe.
least some form of proof that you are willing to help, if nothing else. I would say.
Yeah, I mean, you get the feeling his default answer to like any magic you guys do is it's powered by evil spirits. That seems to be a recurring theme, but
Yep.
yeah,
I go to meditate in a corner, and for him, it looks like I'm doing like the Baphomet pose.
I mean, meditation he's actually familiar with, but he's like I said, he's not in a great place. In spite of all this, he chose to throw his lot in with you, so he must be even more scared of the other thing, the other option. So,
Especially if I go astral self and I start having a figure appearing around me.
I
I'm
mean,
scared.
yeah, that's not great, but on the other hand, that's probably more familiar than like
Yeah.
actually casting spells. That's not that wild. Um, it's
In the meantime,
probably a
Pick is
dark.
going to. Oh, go ahead.
He, you know, his logic is that's a dark spirit imitating what good people do. What was you saying,
Um,
Pick?
Pick was going to deliver her very detailed sketches of what she saw when she looked at them to Purser and attempt to explain it.
So Purser is deeply concerned.
I would imagine.
From Pick's description, do I recognize that as a Hashalak or?
Um, that depends. What's I don't off the top of my head remember. What's the Silver Flames secret service? Technically, they're like artifact gatherers, but they're the closest thing
Hmm.
they have to.
I can't remember what they're called. The Darkland. No, that's Brelan's.
Yeah, whatever
I'd
they
have to
are.
look it up.
That yeah, that group. How affiliated with them are you?
Not very. Um,
Okay.
so I think this is an out of character perspective. Um, the Silver Flame and its adherents could be aware of the Quorai themselves, but not the influence they have over Riedra, maybe.
Yeah,
And then you'd
that's
have to
fair.
be more up the totem pole to get the big stuff.
Yeah, and in my version of Eberron, like all the Secret Service agencies have been clued in on Corvair at this point,
Hmm.
because of some events that happened with the party back on Corvair, um, and the Shadow Watchers and all that. But yeah, like that does look like one of the malevolent spirits from the realm of dreams. I would say with his expertise, he's aware of like, oh, that's one of those weird aberrant abominations that lives in the realm of dreams slash nightmares.
Hmm. Yeah. Psychic magic. It's the Argentum, by the way.
Okay, cool. Go ahead.
Well, so within those 10 minutes of having protection from good and evil, right? Is he would you say he's kind of calmed down within that point, like within that time frame?
Not really, although Pick, you do notice that with that, that seems to shatter the manufactured element of his dreams. Like there's no immediate response to that, but whatever it was that was like basically manufacturing his dreamscape, that effectively shattered that. So his dreams are back to the like chaotic fluctuations that normal dreaming peoples have.
Pick
He just looks
explains
like a
this.
human.
Pick explains this to Purser like very professionally. She like holds her little hands and is like, "Well, now it looks like everything is good. It is back to normal. It is like the strange dreams that every other dreaming person."
We may
It
see
made
some
it go
effects
away.
once he's had time to sleep. Artificial dreams. That's
Well,
so
we know
strange.
someone's going to watch him while he's sleeping. I promise. And he's gonna kind of. Bemi will put his hand on his shoulder, and just be like, "Hey, I bet you hungry. You won't get something to eat," and take him to wherever the kitchen is.
Yeah, I mean, the kitchen is run by an enormous glowing construct, but yeah, it's the what's its name? I have the thing here. But yeah, it's happy to cook for yet another person, because hasn't had a chance to cook for a very long time.
Does he freak out over getting fed something that's not just flavorless mushroom paste?
Yeah, a little bit. Like he refuses to eat initially, but it seems like he's probably hungry enough that he nibbles. Um, Technically, it's not flavorless. Like you can add your own flavors. It's just frowned upon.
Good lord.
I mean, that angries up the blood. You never know what ideas might enter your head from flavor. Patissar. That is his Patissar. Patissar is happy to cook up some more things for people that eat things because he hasn't had a chance to do that in a very long time. So
Thanks,
yeah.
Pat. I appreciate you.
Oh my god! I just realized his name is Baker. I did not catch that last week.
Probably my pronunciation, but we'll say that's deliberate. It helps it be otherworldly and foreign. But yeah, you guys continue on your way. I believe you had, I think, another like 40, 50 miles in. And yeah, the night comes and goes, and is anyone just like perched and staring at this poor man as
Yes.
you're sleeping?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm about to say. I know someone's gotta be.
Purser is relieved from his night watch. As Pick has something new to watch.
Yeah, his dreams are interesting because like they they fluctuate wildly like other people's. Most of his stuff seems to be nightmares, and he is tremendously up, like he's tossing and turning. He wakes up about a dozen times over the night, drenched in sweat, like doesn't quite cry himself to sleep, but this is like I think he's barely 20, or he might be younger than that. I think he's in his teens, like 18 or something.
Aww.
And nightmares are not a fun thing to have for the first time in your life. So he's 19. Yeah, he's fucking 19. He says his name is Leal. Leal of the Docks of Tranquility of Darkwat. And
Pick does
yeah.
what she sees other people do when they don't feel good and gets the like wet cloth for their face.
I mean, it's a very kind thought, and as long as he's asleep when you do it, it's cool. It's comfortable. Um, Otherwise, he'd freak out about little bug person touching his face. But um, yeah, the day comes and Leal is, I mean, not any worse than when he first arrived.
You
He
had
want,
very bad dreams.
yeah, he murmurs something about being away from the. He's strayed from the path, and he's just despondent about it. That's his punishment for no longer being part of no longer being part of the path.
She gives him pats. They get better. I promise you will have good ones. They can be fun.
Looks like he's now walking the path of exile. Indeed.
If your life had a face, I would punch it.
Go
Yeah,
party,
get-
bitch.
Man.
There's a Zach quote. But yeah, if it is a new day and you can have new spells prepped and whatnot if you want to try remove curse.
Yes, I'm going to hit him with a litany of every abjuration I have in my disposal. Protection from evil and good, remove curse, dispel magic.
You know, if all else fails, Giath is always an option.
No.
Yeah, all of those produce well, they produce an effect, primarily that they're cool to look at. But it doesn't seem to do anything. And like after each one, he tentatively tries to demonstrate his curse by like making harmless smoke or a noise or sparks, and it still happens, which means he's still fucking cursed. Like your strange outlander magic isn't fixing his curse.
Are you sure he's not cursed? He's like a warlock slave or something.
Well, yeah, out of character, that's what's happening. But
I mean, that's what I assumed.
Yeah,
is he casting in a recognizable way?
um somewhat. Yeah, it seems instinctive, but yeah,
It-
like yeah, you seem to notice like he doesn't really he doesn't he recognizes that he's doing something, but he doesn't know how he's doing it or why. Like yeah, he's definitely casting part of prestidigitation.
So, Purser does have an idea, and Dan, I don't think this is going to be the case because it's insane. But Purser's familiar with dragon marks and how they work, and one of the dangers that the Silver Flame keeps an eye on is aberrant dragon marks. And this is that, like people suddenly get magic out of nowhere and they become a danger to themselves and others. Can I figure out if he has a dragon mark? Maybe an aberrant.
That is the I mean that would definitely make sense that you like he swears it's a malevolent intent. Dragon marks, everyone knows they're cursed as hell, they drive people to kill. But you're not able to find any dragon marks on him. And I'm gonna say, Purser, with your skill in the arcane, when that doesn't work, you default to I feel like they would have something for this, especially in the Silver Flame. My mental equivalent would be like it's the allergy test where like they do a little, all right, is there going to be a response for they go through tests. I
Oh, to
feel
like
like there
figure out the
would
power source, like primal, arcane, divine,
yeah,
etc.
yeah, exactly. And you're able to ascertain that he seems to be a sorcerer, or there is an innate power source there that something triggered and it kind of woke
Mm.
up. It's not Dragon Mark, malevolent or otherwise. It's just the man has magic, which should be a freaking ticket to cool stuff typically,
Hmm.
but he's horrified by it.
Yeah. I'm not sure how to let him down gently with like, oh, it's not you, it's your bloodline.
God
Um,
just fucking hates you, man.
Yeah, that's one way to put
Before
it.
you were conceived, you were cursed. Do you understand?
Yeah, man, can't fix that shit. Sorry, Chief.
yeah, I'm gonna to save that until we can communicate more effectively without him freaking out. But I'll just try and keep him calm, try and keep his mind off things as best I can. But it's not like there's a demon possessing him or anything. Like there's nothing I can fix. So
No, he's
the
not
next step,
broken, really. He just has an extra feature.
So the
Yeah,
next step to protect the weak is, help them work through their problems and see it for the gift that it is. But that's long-term recovery.
Yeah. In the interim, he seems happy to like try and do sailor stuff. Like he just falls into work as a coping mechanism. But the ship doesn't have sails. It doesn't have a deck with which to seal. It does like it's lacking a lot of key things. So he like defaults to helping get catch fish for the cook. That's his default. Like he knows how to do that too. He was he was trained pretty much singular focus to be a sailor, so he'll default to that.
Mm-hmm.
And when he
Yeah,
can, he tries to wear the veil just because he feels way more comfortable. Everyone having their face exposed like this is weird.
Yeah, there's no reason to make him uncomfortable, but we're not gonna like cover up for him. Just let him do his thing, and we'll do ours. And
I mean,
I'll ask Pick to keep an eye on him.
If it makes him comfortable and Bemmy has an opportunity to make another friend, he'll put a basket on his head. His own head, not
Yeah, I mean, he's not gonna tell you no. He's gonna be confused as shit. But
he is anyway, so nothing's
yeah,
changed.
exactly. Like, yeah, he doesn't know that that's weird. For all he knows, that's what
that's what this kid does.
drow do. Like, drow wear baskets on their heads. Everybody, this is known.
I feel like if Pick did the little sheet ghost thing,
actually,
like cut the
wait.
lies.
You know what? I could just put on my goggles. That'd essentially be the same thing, right?
I mean, you've been. I assume anytime it's daytime, you're wearing those things because
yes, that's true.
That
So
burning
I
ball in
can't.
the sky hurts. Yeah.
Yeah, Bob sucks. Let's see. So I mean, I couldn't look him in the eyes even if I wanted to.
I mean,
because
you
of the goggles.
can. He can't see yours, but yeah.
Right. All right, that's good.
You could at night. Just like go
Yeah,
down
but
to
no,
Pick. I got this shift and just stare at him.
no, that tracks. That tracks. We just
But
take
yeah,
turns looking at the guy. Yeah, all right.
you've picked up a crewmate. And although he's a bit of a fatalist and seems to think all of you are evil, he thinks he's evil too. So
Birds
maybe
of
it
a feather.
works. Yeah. That was his reasoning. He's like, I should want to die in this case, but I don't want to. So, like, he would explain as time goes on. He just wasn't. He knows it makes him a bad person, but he wasn't willing to die. So, even if it meant his soul would be clean.
So, what was his? I can't wait to find out what his job was on the ship, so we can put him to work.
Sailor. That was his job on. He's trained to do all kinds of things on ship. Just, I can't give you details because I have
Close
little to no
enough.
interest in nautical. But yeah, he was trained
That's-
primarily as a sailor.
Yeah, we have a guy who's an excellent sail rigger and deckhand on a fucking steamship. That's
Yep.
Well,
Yeah.
Not only that, but like when he was 10, like the ruling class went to him and said, "You're a sailor now."
Yep.
Good luck.
Congrats. Go do
And
it.
now,
children yearn for the ships.
and now, fucking Satan's got him by the balls.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, Sarlonans are really weird. And Sam, you're doing a great job.
I mean, I love Sarlona, man. Like, they expect a lot of that in this session, in this campaign.
Yes.
I don't know what they are, but they are weird.
They're the CCP. They're basically the Chinese Communist Party's wet dream. So that should tell you the alignment. But yeah. So
communist.
Yeah, collectivist. That's for sure.
Why do we say these people again?
Well, this guy wants
needed help.
Yeah.
We don't know any better.
He knows. He knows forgotten information. That's why he has a devil on him.
And all we really know about these people is that they provided immense disaster relief after the war.
Yeah, that's literally their foreign encounters. Like all of their foreign encounters, although they're super like reluctant to make contact, when they do, it's pretty much always with an open hand. They regularly provide, as Dan said, huge disaster relief to everyone. They've only done good actions as far as, foreign aid.
So it's the CCP, but their foreign policy was actually competent.
Yes. Yeah, basically. Yeah, but we'll say 2 days of sailing go by. Um, and you guys are on you switched over to day shift sailing, right? If I remember correctly. I'm just trying to keep
Yes.
track of what sleep schedule you're on at the moment.
I like to
Okay.
see where I'm driving.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And-
Frankly, even a drow would want to see further than like
You can't
nighttime
even
driving.
see the like front of the ship.
Yeah. Yeah, 120 feet doesn't get you far on a giant ship. So that's fair. Yeah, then in that case, you're sailing during the day. You do your 8 hours of sailing for the day. Night eventually starts to come in. As your ship comes to a stop, you do get occasional like fog banks. Luckily, you're following the inside track, means you're not going to get the like huge blasts of negative of Mabara infused fog. So you can tell right away this is like the shadows aren't lengthening. This is just a fog bank. As you come in, there's no whispers in the dark here. And yeah, same thing as always. You guys are doing watch shift stuff, right?
Yeah, the usual,
Yep.
I think.
Yeah, the usual. Okay, so Bemi,
Perception.
or no, Pick followed by Bemi with advantage for perception checks, and that covers everything.
How useful.
Okay. 17. And Pick for your shift. I can roll for you if you're not at a computer.
I just went to get a drink, but I just had to just at the computer. But she wants to watch the guy most of the time, so.
I
Perception.
didn't hear as much of that as I would have cared. I'm sorry, what was that?
She wanted to watch the guy sleep.
Oh, okay,
If someone would take her shift.
Okay. Well, we have multiple non-sleeping people, so I think in that case, Ludger.
She'd be like, I must stare at this.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Give me a second.
It's the season finale of The Lost. I'm watching this. I'm not taking watch tonight.
I
Of
feel like
Lost,
his
man, he
dreams
poor
are
thing.
very raw. Like they're inventive, they're new. He's never had nightmares before, and he's making up for it. So, all right.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
when you put it like that, fuck, dude.
Yeah. Let's see here.
You don't have to answer, and this is more of a rhetorical question, but I imagine that if there was Quori interference with his dreams, that would be noticeable to Pick.
Pick would notice. Yeah, there's no spoiler there. Pick is uniquely suited. I think the only thing that would be better, and even then, they'd have to make more effort. A Kalistar would they would be able to do more about it, but they would actually have a harder time noticing, so to speak.
Because they're not like attuned with
they don't have
anymore.
bug people like innate vision.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, it's pretty. Pick is gonna notice shit. With that, she's pretty uniquely suited actually.
Okay.
And
yeah, I do expect reports. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Yell.
Reports. She'd give them if you wanted them, but she is going to try and do nice things like whatever. She's going to ask the sleeping people that she knows, like, what do you do to make your dreams better? If she doesn't already know something. Like, help report things with nightmares.
Yeah, I think Purser.
Pictures.
Yeah.
I don't know how much that was directed at us.
I don't know. But in addition to getting like reports on his dreams from Pick, Purser is going to try and work out a bit of a rough therapy plan just to keep him relaxed and chill. Like most things in this expedition, it's not Purser's like expertise, but it's part of the like broad protect the weak umbrella. So he's
Yeah.
damn well gonna try.
Yeah. Hey, I'm not a licensed therapist, but
But I've been on Tumblr a
yeah.
lot.
Oh, jeez. Oh, come on. Let's give him more credit. Like he was trained somewhat.
Yeah, he just hasn't had
Yeah.
like the graduate level stuff.
No. That right there is a better that right there was a better take than any Tumblr trope.
I have seen 10 billion trauma dumps. I know what I'm doing.
Yeah. Jesus. Yeah, then in that case, Ludger, you notice near the beginning of your ship, Bemmy's just gone down. What
He's dead.
sounds oddly like, how would I describe this? I don't think suction cups are a thing in Eberron, but yeah, kind of a suction cuppy noise. Very faint.
Like,
Yes, that.
like, is there a direction? Like,
Um, you like with that you can't get a good direction, but you do hear it. The fog is kind of throwing you a little bit, but you know somewhere like maybe off the ship. Hard to tell exactly, but um, yeah, you do hear something.
like,
1 sec here.
with some sort of like ability to like raise the alarm, like something like a whistle or something in hand. I do like look over the sides of a ship to see if I see shit.
Okay, fair enough. And you guys are not up here yet. It's just like putting people on maps so you're not lost. But yeah, if you go do a little bit of a patrol on the edge of the ship, just show me where your character goes to peer over.
Yes, first I look this way.
Okay, 1 sec here. So you see something off the side of the ship. Couple somethings. First thing you see is almost near almost to the edge of the ship itself, or the dock, or not dock, the deck. There we go. I'd get there. Almost near the deck of the ship, about like 5 feet down, is a surprised, like at first glance, humanoid. Is that the right? You're not sure if humanoid is the right expression here because it has the upper body of a man with a cephalopod lower body. As it's looking up, very surprised, it seems to have a rope in hand, and is like there's a moment of horrified surprise on its face as you two lock eyes. Basically, you have found someone or something trying to climb the side of the deck.
Okay, I blow into the like whistle, raising the alarm, and basically point my crossbow right at its face.
Okay.
Hmm.
We will do initiative then.
It is a bold strategy boarding a ship with no legs.
Listen, he is uniquely suited. He octopused up the side of the ship
Right.
using suction cups,
I
using his
get that
built-in
part of the
suction.
plan, and he was really good at that part, but I don't understand what the end goal is supposed to be.
He does have a rope.
He's like the
Yeah.
dog chasing a car. He just has to do it. He didn't have any idea what he was going to do once he got on the ship. He just
That's fair. That's fair. That's very fair. Alright. Okay.
Purser grumbles awake after having prepared all of his non-combat healing spells.
That's how you know I'm a fantastic DM. Is I planned for all of this. Let's see.
Oh man, would I have? Oh, do I? Well, actually, you know
Yeah.
what? Would I have rested enough to have all of my stuff back?
Has it
It's
been like
been
2
like
days?
2-3 days. Yeah, like everybody's had a long rest.
All
Yeah.
right, all right. I just wanted to make sure. I don't
No,
want to.
no, I do appreciate the check, but yeah, it's been plenty of time. Nobody's
All
at
right.
less of anything. Um,
Well,
and
this is
Bemmy,
gonna suck for this guy. Yeah.
Bemmy, I'm not gonna like for my own sanity and for we spend 8 rounds traveling the fucking giant ship. You are all effectively like on the map. So you guys like are starting roughly here, but I'm not going to deal with the like you know, come from the undership, climb up the giant fucking ladder. Yeah, you're
We
all on the
have
map. Yeah.
we have the world's equivalent to a fucking aircraft carrier. We have a
Yeah.
floating city.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make you traverse the goddamn thing every combat that happens here. So Bemmy, you're on the map where you are. What would you like to do?
Well, this guy's about to have a bad day because I get to shoot him 3 times, and I have three opportunities to use a bow charge to make him sad, go
I will
prone,
say
and he just
you
goes away.
you would need to run over to there to shoot down because he like
Oh,
Lud
that's fine. That's
Ludger caught him as before he even crested the deck. So like he hadn't actually gotten all the way up yet. There's still that moment of raw horror that Ludger caught him. So
We don't even know if he's
okay.
moving.
It's a moment of like simultaneous sort of like creature
fuck.
shock.
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
on
there's
one
like
hand, I see scary octopus man. He sees like extremely hairy primate with like hair all over his face. Like
and a weapon pointed at him. Yeah.
I
And
like to think he's more intimidated by the mustache.
I mean, it's that he's more disgusted by the mustache, definitely.
well, it's just my knee-jerk reaction is I'm gonna shoot this guy. What's he
Okay.
doing on their ship?
Yeah,
That
I
is a
don't
fine
know.
reaction.
the ship is in the way. You have to move to actually see him.
I
That's what I'm saying.
understand. I understand that. That's fine. But is he good? Is he bad? Is he friend? Is he foe? Who cares? I'm casting Zephyr Strike to get some extra movement.
There you go.
I'll be able to get right here. Would you say I can see him?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. All right. So the first shot, I'll do that. So we have.
Question: Is
What's
he
that?
armed?
Yes, he has a spear across his back. And I guess rope in his hands. I don't know if you want to call that armed. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that he's not wearing any armor. Yeah,
Yep.
that definitely fucking
He's
is.
he's gonna have a bad day
Okay.
right now. So we'll do that. So this is just the first. This is my first shot.
I love my whip. I love my bun so much.
Of course. And I will expend a bow charge.
Mhm.
Where are you?
Okay. Charisma saving throw. See if he can make it. It's a flat roll. We got this. No, he doesn't. Okay. So tell me what damage is dealt with the first one, because then he promptly like falls off the fucking deck, plummets down into the water again.
8 points of damage
Okay.
plus. Yeah, 8.
All right. Yeah, and he immediately falls off as he gets the big sad and plummets down into the water below. effectively like removing him from your ability to shoot, at least C to shoot him. Yeah. Anything else?
Still moving, right? The ship's still
We can't.
moving.
Oh, no, the ship's still the ship has to
Oh,
stop to recharge. It can get 112 miles a day, but it can only do it for 8 hours. Like after that point, it needs to stop and recharge.
gotcha. Well, maybe he'll leave us alone now.
Okay. So yeah, Luger, you just saw Bemi shoot the guy. The guy looked like pained and then deeply depressed and fell off the side of the ship. Um, then we'll go to that. Ludger, what do
It's
you
I
want?
I cast depression.
The cruelest, well, one of the cruelest of spells.
I'm still as shit as doing it, but I start running to the other side while shouting at the others to check the other side for borders.
Mm,
That's as far as it can make it while sprinting.
okay,
And I have my turn.
okay. I was half convinced you're about to like cast lightning arrow and just start firing into the water. Just he's down here somewhere.
As funny as that would be, I'm more
About
concerned that there's going to be like, I think we got him, and then 700 fucking octopus men like come over the other side.
um, yeah, that's a fair concern. Balthazar, what would you like to do?
I mean, I heard the whistle, and I get up there and I go, "What's going on?"
Yeah, Ludger's yelling and pointing in this direction as he's running towards the edge of the ship. Bemi's standing there with his bow peering over the side here.
What do I not see
I
anything?
would be literally shouting at Balthazar to fucking check the other side. Like,
Yeah, that's fair.
Do I
Um,
see anything as I get closer?
not yet. I mean, it's an edge, so it's kind of you have to go up and peer
Well,
down to see stuff.
I will not do. I will not peer over the edge, but I will activate my arms. It's my bonus action, and that'll probably
Okay.
be it.
Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. One sec here. Where's the thing not? Sorry. User error. One sec. That? Oh, good. I'm glad that did that. Thanks. Yeah, then in that case, it is this guy's turn, and he is going to finish. He's going to have like heard the yelling. There's no point in subtlety anymore. Gonna throw himself up here, and little suction cup noises charge at Balthazar. And as you got closer, Balthazar, you notice that there is a rope tied off here. Presumably it's not, occupado yet, but there may be borders. Although,
um,
presumably they have to.
could you like use the paint option to draw the rope?
Sure, yeah. I'll do it in a color that shows up. There we go. Look at that. And of course it's on the GM layer. That's exactly what I meant when I drew that. That's what I wanted. There we go. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. Yeah, he comes up and he's going to charge you, Balthazar, because this is also they were supposed to sneak on board. This is not how it's supposed to go. Charge up. He's gonna go here, uh, and then he is going to do his thing. All right. His order. Yeah, yeah. Okay, there we go. So he is going to You only have 4 limbs. You look like you'd be easy to like
I actually have
grapple.
6. I technically have
Well,
6.
Yeah, that's a good point. He's still gonna try and hit you with the tentacles. So an 8 does not hit.
Nope.
And yeah, he knows better than to linger, so he's bonus action disengage and 5, 10, 5, 3, 5. Yeah, this is as far as he can go. With little suction cup noises, able to get about here. And oh no, wait, he wouldn't be able to get further than here. And yeah, that's he's moved out of your range as far as he knows, and yeah, he's good. Pick, what would you like to do? Pick, you with us?
Yep. Is my mic not working?
I heard
Hello?
yeah, but I didn't hear anything before that.
Okay. It's being freaking weird. We're going to just take a shot. I don't know if the bow was upgraded on.
I upgraded it for you. You're good.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep. A 12. Well,
I did
actually,
not move.
okay, a 21 does hit. Yeah, I was gonna say 12 doesn't quite hit. But a 21 does hit for some damage there. So he takes a bow in the chest, tentacle, neck, whatever you want it to be.
Probably tentacle.
He doesn't like it.
Beaver house. I don't know who. This is our house.
I don't know you. Yeah, that's fair. All right. So, what's the next? I don't know why that got me. All right. I very much imagine Pick as Bobby Hill for a split second. This guy is going to hop up here. Let's see, he was at a rope. Does rope still count as climbing for climb speed halves
Yeah.
stuff? Okay. Yeah, then he can't get any further. All
Yeah,
right,
it just
then.
doesn't ordinarily have a check to climb it under difficulties.
Exactly. Yeah, I knew there was no check, but I wasn't sure if it still counted. Okay. And does he have? Oh, he's got javelins. Okay. So he's gonna throw a javelin at you there, Mr. Monk, because you're in range of javelins. Yeah, throws one. Okay, all right. 21 to hit for 8 piercing. Assuming you don't like monk deflect it and grab it out of the air or some shit. Balthazar? You with us, bud?
Yeah, sorry, I was interrupted. So you
You're
said
good.
grab an arrow?
There's a javelin that was just thrown at your face by this fishy man who jumped up. He's not an octopus man. He's just very fishy. And yeah, that was what I was expecting. Ranged weapon attack. Yeah, so
Alright,
it was
what
for
do
8 piercing as he threw that at your face.
Alright, let's see here. Alright, doesn't need key, just do it. So I need D10 plus Dex plus Monk. So that is I catch it and reduce the damage to 0.
Okay.
Which means I throw it back at him.
And you know what? I'm gonna say a javelin can be thrown one-handed, and you have giant like ethereal hands. You can absolutely throw it back. Yeah.
Yep. I don't have a javelin on my character sheet, so I'm guessing
Just roll a
Yeah,
d20.
it's just a martial arts hit.
Yeah.
Alright.
Yep.
Alright.
Yes, proficient. Yeah, it is. It's just.
Yeah, it's exactly the same as your unarmed strike.
Yep.
Alright, I throw it off the side of the ship.
Yeah, I mean he's not getting it back. Like that's the important part. It does whistle past him down into the waters below.
Yep.
And he yells something at you in a gargly voiced tone.
Hey, that javelin's been in the family for generations, you jackass.
And now it's floating down to probably be what that depressed guy's going to kill himself with.
This guy hops up. Can he get? Yeah, he can get that far. That's still in 5 feet. He finishes climbing up and pretty much has to do the same because his multi attack doesn't work if you're not in range for his melee. So he'll throw a javelin at you. Take that. 15 to hit. Balthazar. Balthazar, you with us? I can't hit him. I'll just check. Okay, it says your AC is 14. I'm going to assume that's correct. So 15 to hit for 7 piercing, Balthazar. I will take that off. Or wait a minute. How many times can you use your reaction? So it can only do deflect missile once. All right, so that will hit. Fine. Okay.
Because it's what, a reaction?
Yeah, that's what I thought of. Yeah, okay. And Bemmy, you hear like gargling yells and like probably taunting yells from Balthazar on the other side of the ship. What do you do?
Well, I mean, I can hit those guys. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you actually even need to move. No, that's why
I
I was
don't.
like, yeah,
Um.
I would recommend it. You don't want to hit this. It would be ill-advised to hit the control piece there. This this ship. That's how I'll phrase that. You probably wouldn't, but I mean, just on the off chance you nick it, that might cause bad effects if you hit the big glowing orb that Purser and your captain used to control the ship.
Yeah. Well, if this guy's in my line of sight, then I am going to shoot him.
Yeah, they both are. Like I said, I'd say you need to move
Yeah.
over here to get a clear line, but beyond that, yeah.
I mean, fine.
Yeah, they're very much both shootable.
Okay. Well, this guy.
They're not, in your opinion, huggable or kissable, but they are shootable.
Yes, indeed. You know what? Why not? I mean, I don't see any reason. Yeah, I'll just end the spell Zephyr Strike, and I'll cast Hunter's Mark on this guy here. And first attack. Okay. And an extra d6. So 7, 8, 10. 10 points of damage.
Okay.
And the second shot. 21.
Yeah, that hit.
Okay. 12 plus 4. 16.
Yes, 16 also hits.
And for
Well,
shits and
wait. Let
gigs.
me double check. I was thinking of the octopus people who are very much naked and unarmed. Well, not naked, but oh wow, this guy has even worse AC. Okay, yeah, then they all fucking hit. Okay. Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion you're not gonna miss. Yeah.
Okay. All right. All right. Then for shits and gigs, I will expend one more bow charge.
Okay.
And that will be my turn.
Okay. Charisma
DC
save.
15 charisma. Yep.
Gotcha. -1, baby.
Oh, I'm making all kinds of fish sad today.
With a nat 20, a 19. Yeah.
Bullshit.
He in like growing up, he was voted hottest Sahagwin in high school. So he knows, like, yeah, that's his natural charisma coming through there. But
He makes his bed every morning.
yeah. So what's the total damage?
Total damage is
Listen, with you, I legit have to
10.
ask. Oh, total damage 10? Okay.
No. Hold on. I'm adding.
Oh, okay.
10. 10 plus 4 is 14 plus 12. 26.
Okay. He's still alive. Okay. All right. Anything else? As
Nope.
you like shoot like he's got 2 arrows in his chest, and he was breathing awkwardly before, but now he's like half spitting out blood with every other gasp, and murmurs something at you in fishy man language that you don't quite grasp. Let's see. And we will go to this guy. Who is going to hop up here. Yeah, he doesn't have any more movement speed. So he's going to shake his fist menacingly at you guys, because you ruined his plan. Ludger, what would you like to do?
Ludger is going to move here to try to get, closer while like wheeling around so as to not bunch up, and then he is going to activate his lightning arrow ability. And one moment.
It's a
He's
second.
going to first first one he's going to target is the one that Bemmy just shot at.
Okay, fair enough.
Actually, well, what? Yeah, because that spreads out the most damage. It's probably a bit overkill, but at least it hurts the one directly to the south. So
You don't know. He could be tough. Like he could be doing fine.
okay, so first shot, 12. I'm going to roll superiority dice just in case. So I know it's technically you have to make the decision before it gets rolled as a hit or not. 15.
15 does hit, yes. If you're
Okay, so uh, he takes 29 lightning damage, and
how do
the
you want to do
two
it?
directly.
He says 7.
Uh,
He fucking exploded. Like
Why not? Yeah, let's keep it simple. He just explodes. And the two directly to the north and south, they would take 10 lightning damage if they fail, and 5 if they succeed.
all right, let's see if they can make it.
Which it is a DC 15.
Yeah, I added that to it this time because last time. All right, let's see what they get. 18 and 6. Okay, so the little guy passed and the big guy did not. All right. Fair enough. It was 10 and 5, right, relatively.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
Even I can do that now. All right.
with his second shot, he is going to target the big guy.
Okay.
And another lightning
Oh,
arrow.
this guy right here, I assume.
Yeah.
Okay.
17.
17 hits. Yep.
Okay. 27.
Okay. Yeah, that hurt.
Well, you know what? You only live once. Action surge.
Okay.
If I can knock off the first wave, I'm feeling I feel pretty good about myself.
Oh, I was gonna
Okay.
keep a champion.
16
16
on
just
the champ.
barely hits. Yep.
Yeah, on the champion, and then
I'm gonna knock him out. I want to keep him.
okay, 32.
Okay. He's still up.
Is he at least bloodied?
He's very, 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 very bloodied. Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Anything else?
I'm gonna leave that to Monkman. I'm gonna target the one to the south.
Okay.
I'm gonna use superiority die.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
That
That
hits.
is a okay.
That hits.
Yeah, that would have been and boom. For a total of 30 lightning damage.
How do you want to do it?
He also explodes. I mean, it's lightning. Like, there's not too much creativity here.
No, I'm good. I'm not laughing about that. I'm laughing about like they got pretty good stealth checks to get up there. They're like, all right, we're good here. We got
this, boys. Over the top.
Honestly,
Just imagine there's Seguahans in the water beneath that, just seeing lightning explosions over the top.
now you got this poor amphibious sticky skin bastard's covered in his buddy's ash right now.
Spare the champion, I got him.
All right, Persia, what would you like to do? You're half awake. You just finished climbing the ladder. There, you saw multiple strobes of light as you were climbing up, and you can see still silhouetted against the moonlight one figure who's twitching slightly with the aftermaths of lightning.
So I get to the top of the ladder because I was going slow and was surprised and skipped my first turn. And I just look around.
Did I skip your turn?
I didn't roll initiative at first, so I was at the bottom, and then when round 2 started, it sorted me back to the middle.
You can do 2 turns if you want.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay.
I would have mentioned it earlier if I actually cared.
Okay.
But yeah, just looking around, it's kind of dark, and I just pull out my wand and cast Hold Monster on the champion.
Wisdom saving. All right, let's see how wise Mr. Champion is.
I don't want to
Could be
wake
worse.
up.
5. He goes like yeah.
Like silvery chains wrap around him.
Yeah, and he doesn't look thrilled. Well, it's hard to tell. He's a shark man. Who knows? And he I would say topples over face first onto the deck. Anything else?
Nope, that's it for me.
All right.
I apologize to the monk man in advance, because if more shark men come over the top, they're getting hit with lightning, and I don't give a shit if they're fucking.
On that note, oh wait. Well, I don't think it's much of a surprise at this point. This guy is the one who's supposed to come up.
But
There
I'll
we
go first.
This guy comes up, and I'm bad at math, but I think I'm morally certain 15 comes before 10. This guy comes up, and he can't do anything else because he had to use his turn. So he comes up and looks around, and yeah, I'd say pretty universally looks around with some concern. Balthazar, what would you like to do? Because he had to dash to climb the fuck up there.
I'm going to use an attack to cut the rope with my force hands, or just literally just pull the rope off.
Okay. Yeah, I would say it's tied on there, but you could either make a strength check or a dexterity check to untie it real quick, or just yank it off. I'm good with either.
Raw dex
And I know
strength
checks are translated into wisdom for you, right? Because of the whole astral arms.
I think maybe. I don't know about. I
I
don't know
think
about
that's
that yet.
with the chest part, not the arms.
I think that's not yet.
Okay. Yeah, I was going off seeing the abomination that's in the Dark Sun game. Okay.
Oh no, I can do it. Yeah, I can use it now.
Okay. All right. Cool. Yeah. Then do so.
Guess I'll make a wisdom check.
Yeah.
It's a 10. It's a fucking rope. Come on now.
Yeah, you're not able to quite get it tugged free.
I will use my inspiration.
Okay.
With advantage, right?
What?
No.
Why? That's for the reroll. I'll take advantage if there's a reason. I just don't know why there would be.
I got 2 hands using it. I got double the I got double the power.
And
you slipped on a banana peel, guy. Get over it.
So I would say that's one action. That's not going to be your entire action. Like or what that in place of one of your attacks, you couldn't quite get it free. You still have your other shenanigans. I definitely allow that, but you can't quite tug the rope free initially.
All right. I guess I'll just fucking donkey punch his asshole. I don't give a shit anymore.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, the guy is going
He's
to.
held, so it's advantage.
Well, yeah, the guy who's prone, you can absolutely punch the shit out of him. Like
Yeah,
it's
non-lethally.
non-lethally. Okay, do whatever you want to do.
So 25 to hit.
Yeah, you just roll damage, man. He can't do
Seven,
shit.
7 force.
He's
Non-lethal.
unconscious. He was at 2.
I will shout at Balthazar to step back at the end of his turn.
Quit being a.
I'm
No,
not going to target the one you're right next to, but the next asshole who gets up,
Nah.
like,
Those are dex saves, right?
Yeah. And this guy is unconscious, and it's he's
Yeah, just
technically
The
So-
way
unarmed.
you've been rolling, I don't know. I just take a step back.
You could drag him with you if you still had movement. I don't know how much movement.
I
you
got
have.
plenty of movement, so shit.
Oh
I'll
yeah,
just,
you could drag him with you, and that way
I'll
Ludger
drag.
can.
Sure thing. I'll drag him
firebomb
back
them.
to like right here. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. It's as long as he's not in the radius of
move
the
him up.
like,
No, moving
shenanigans.
up diagonally to right. I got 4 arms. So I'm just gonna pull him a little bit
Okay.
away.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Oh no, wait. Here, sorry. I was trying to
Yeah.
figure out what you meant. Okay. Yeah, you could definitely do so. And
And I guess I'll flurry on this asshole because I got reach.
that's fair. Yeah, he's been kind of staring in mute horror at all of this.
10 force. Is he still up?
He is still
14 hit.
14 hits. He doesn't have armor. He's just squishy. He's
So
literally squishy.
8 force on top of it.
Okay. He's definitely halved.
And you know what? Let's clock in a stunning strike. Give me a con save.
All right, I'll have him try that.
DC is now 17 because my belt's finally working.
There you go. There you go. 4. I don't think that passed.
Yeah, he's knocked the fuck out.
So he's paralyzed. Okay. What's a good paralyzed? There we go. I know.
People did not know the choices.
Yeah, they had a solid plan. It's worked before. Like in their defense.
it's not their fault that they decided to board the boat of like a fucking stand user and a like magical lightning rail cannon on legs.
Although to be fit to their also
And
to
the
Pick's point,
bowman capable of delivering the big sad.
to add to Pick's point, this is the biggest ship any of them have ever seen. It's like,
Sure, that's a good idea, boss. It's awful big. Look, we're gonna do it. It's no different, okay?
In Berserk language, oh no, that's way too big of a boat for us. What are we?
We're righteous.
bunkers.
We're righteous.
What
do
do
we
raiders
raid?
do?
Yeah, this guy hops up and you know what? He's going to get to this point and then he's going to let go of the rope and he is going to fall back into the water. Like he peeked his head over, saw what was happening, and let go of the rope to fall back into the water. And yeah,
So you mean to tell me that potentially some of the guys who came up witnessed what's his face cry and float down to the bottom of the sea?
I mean, there were people on the other side of the ship. You shooting him meant he couldn't tie the rope off. So like, yeah, they all witnessed it. They
Well, I
this
got
guy
2. He's stunned. Yeah, so I got 2
he's
captives.
busy being stunned.
We got 2
and-
captives.
Yeah. Pick. What would you like to do?
Well,
There's 2 targets visible. Well, I mean, there's more than that if you want to shoot friendlies, but Pick doesn't seem the type.
no. And they both look really fucked up.
He's not fracked.
There's this guy, I guess. I think I'm gonna go for this guy.
Okay. Well, these two is dead, but there is a guy right here. Yep.
I don't know if I'm desync,
I
but
think
that.
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. Fire away. 26. 26 does hit, yeah, for 20 damage. Okay. That, I can do that math. Yeah, that he cries out in pain as like an arrow lodges itself in his chest. Anything else?
That is everything.
Okay. These guys are dead and thus not in the initiative order. Bemmy, what would you like to do?
I mean, let's see, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35. Okay. I move here. Do I got a clear line of sight of this guy?
Oh yeah.
All
Yeah,
right,
this one's on the ground, so you're just like shooting
Okay,
over
okay.
over the body of the one that Balthazar is dragging.
He knocked out one guy and he knocked out the other one. There's just one
Yeah,
left
this
to
one's
fill you up.
currently paralyzed, yeah.
That's enough. We don't need any more alive, right? Right.
Yeah, it's his own question.
Yeah, we
You're
got
fine.
two, we got two in here. Yeah, who cares?
And boop, boop.
Both hit.
There would be no sneak attack, so 18 points of damage.
Okay, yeah, that hurts. Okay. Right, and anything else, Bemmy?
Nope, I'm good.
Alrighty. This guy's turn. He's busy being unconscious. Ludger, what would you like to do?
I raise my crossbow for more fun.
Why is he listed as this?
You sure the lightning arrow didn't kill the rope?
I don't know why this guy is listed as one thing and not the other. Oh well.
Alright, 17. And well, you know what? I'm going to use the number superiority die on that 14.
It's really weird. This guy's showing up as Sahagin in the turn
Okay.
order, but he's actually a champion.
17 and 21.
Those both hit.
Okay, 24 and 37
How do you want to
for
do
a grand total.
51.
Another explosion of acid and charred flesh.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, there's a distinct smell of like, you know when people microwave fish? There's like a waft of that in the air. And yeah. Anything else, Ludger?
I've run over to the side of the boat to see, check if there's more boarders. There may be
No,
more octopus men.
there was another one that was about to come up, but he sort of read the room and decided that maybe this wasn't as good a target as they'd hoped. And yeah, so there's no one else on the rope currently.
Okay, yeah, my turn.
Alrighty. Purser, what would you like to do?
Nope,
I mean,
me to-
yeah,
well,
this guy is unconscious and still bound up in silver flame chain.
yeah. What about this one here?
He is currently stunned and badly hurt.
I just draw my. I don't even draw my sword. I was just carrying it upstairs. And I'll just stab him.
So he can't do anything. Yeah, sure.
It's a
Okay.
19 to hit for 10.
Yeah, that hurt.
And the second one will be a green flame blade. On where is it?
Man, you gotta kill the stunned.
And a 15 to hit for 17.
How do you want to do it?
So I just stab him right through the face.
Okay, yeah, and just like green flames pour out of his head.
No, silver flames.
Silver, of course. Yeah, silver flames pour out of his head. and he goes down to the ground. Unsettlingly enough, the tentacles keep like moving long after he is dead. But um, I'm gonna say that there's not any immediate threats to you guys at the moment, as if there were any, and you you have successfully avoided being mugged, so to speak.
Go back to bed.
Okay.
And Purser just stomps his way back downstairs.
Be up early tomorrow and also have the comprehensive languages ready for this guy.
Well,
Uh,
you have Pick to talk to this guy if you want. Pick can act as your backup universal translator.
Yeah,
Uh,
and she's willing.
Anyway, we got a free rope.
you do, yeah. It's what
Or
looks like
seaweed.
yeah, like kelp or something, but it's it's good rope.
Hey, we could use it forever underwater.
Yeah, I mean I would say mundane rope would work underwater as well, but this is particularly good water rope. Um, and I
Never
would
know.
say there's about, I mean, with how fucking big the ship is, there's at least 100 feet of rope in there. We'll say it that way.
100 feet of water rope in case we
Yeah,
need to go underwater.
exactly.
I'm more impressed by the motherfucker who threw this thing.
He didn't fly it or throw it. The guy climbed up the side and tied it off. Mr. Octopus Man just climbed up the side. But yeah, you have a captive and a lot of dead bodies. All of their weapons are like bone and whatnot, but yeah. Do you want?
After
Yeah.
doing a basic search, Ludger, would just start chucking the bodies back over the side.
Fair enough.
You
Well, I
sure?
mean,
Because I mean, this one probably tastes real good. No, all right. Just saying, Pat might be able to do something. Waste not, want
Pat
not,
would
me
be
more.
reluctant
Oh,
to cook anything that can like could theoretically converse.
He can't. They
yeah.
can't converse. He's dead.
DM, I choose to eat their liver.
yeah, sure. It's thanks for that.
RP
All
couple.
right.
You know,
we're
No,
not
it's
eating
more
people.
accurate. Yeah.
I could have just blamed the undead on her. She ate the liver.
You could have. Yeah, that would have been. I mean, it still would have been a hard sell, but yeah, I mean, you'd have a chance to at least convince her. But yeah, with the bodies thrown overboard, your captive taken, he will be unconscious for what is it? What knocked unconscious? It's like it's either an hour or a day. I legit don't remember. I think it's an hour.
Oh,
He's
so-
unconscious for at least an hour. You could tie him up in that time. You could heel haul him. I don't know how effective that would be against something that can breathe underwater. Whatever you want to
Well,
do.
here's the thing. We don't have a long enough rope to go from the same end of the ship, so we would literally just get 100 feet underneath it, and he'd just be stuck getting smashed.
Yeah, you know what? You know what?
We're
That's a
not
fair
eating
point.
people, and we're not keel hauling people. Okay.
I would say it's 200 feet of
Oh,
rope
he has
in
a
that
limit.
case. There we go.
Okay.
Purser has a lot of limits.
That's true. He's pure. He's a lot like a Puritan that way.
Yeah.
He's
Well,
got
he's
some things.
He's a
Yeah.
lawful good paladin.
Yeah.
Well,
No,
Hang-
you're an angry wizard.
hanging. That's just as barbaric. Burning at the stake,
Tomato,
though,
tomato.
that's based.
I mean,
One of
tomato.
these,
Yeah,
I'm
tomato.
telling you.
Yeah, hanging is a pretty quick way to go, realistically, if it's done right. But
Yeah, but burning at the stake is more holy fire.
No,
it is.
We
don't execute
unfortunately
people
for
like that.
them, you
Who
can
says
call
these
me
people?
John C. Woods because I'm sure as shit not good at hanging people.
Yeah, and in
Also,
Purser's defense, they haven't burned people at the stake in a while. Like that went out of fashion with like the silver. What is it?
Yeah.
The Silver Crusade, I think
It was
was.
before we realized that werewolves were people. Okay.
Right. Yeah. So that's
Wow.
the official line, and they're fucking sticking
Wow.
to
Before we
It's like I'm
realized
talking to a
that
fucking
werewolf.
reformer member of the Scarlet Crusade over here.
it. Either way, I assume you guys want to tie up Mr. Teeth and Shark Face.
Yep. Hey, with the rope I got, snout and arms and
Yeah.
whatever the fuck else he has.
Yeah.
Do they need water to live, or can they be on land?
It probably would be a good idea to dunk him a little bit. He has very limited amphibiousness,
Yeah.
which
The Soggen
Our
yearns to be
buddy.
waterboarded.
yeah, I would say like he's breathing worse and worse as the hour goes by for him to regain consciousness, but he's still able to like communicate in his fishy language.
Yeah, I guess I can have a bucket for him if he's a nice fish.
Okay. Yeah, so he hasn't gotten to the point of like drowning on dry land yet, but he does regain consciousness and croaks out some things in a language I fucking guarantee no one here actually speaks. Um, but you have two universal translators. One of them is a kind of angry wizard, slash paladin of lawful goodness, and one of them is a moth person who wasn't asleep anyways. Does either
Come
of them
on,
wish to translate? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Pickwell. She
Okay.
will say, "Welcome back to being awake."
Um, it looks around and croaks something out, before realizing, like, it takes a little bit for you to communicate properly. No, in head, that type of thing.
Yeah,
Uh,
in here, pokes noggin.
and yeah, once that's communicated, it basically said, release, uh, if, please.
He says, "Please let him go."
Information, please, and then release.
What information do we want?
Do we have a rough location of where their outpost or city is underwater?
Why would he want that?
He's not going to tell us that.
Then
Just
he will-
ask him how we can pass through without getting attacked in the future.
They don't give a shit. They're gonna attack us anyway.
That is
Well, I mean,
racist.
yeah, you don't know that. So what do you actually ask?
She would ask, "We would like to
Okay.
let you go, but we do not want to fight again. Is there a way we can go through your territory without fighting?"
It seems to think about that question for a minute before it's kind of like, just not so much flexing as just like flaring its skills a little bit, and then realizing you probably don't recognize that symbol. Um, you get the mental equivalent of a shrug as he's. We do not control region. We do not control anything. We are free. We left Ekadora. They rule waters. He's losing territory to Lantarina. Um, we no longer wish to fight. We flee, we raid, and then we go north where our people are powerful lords.
Oh, is there a way not to get attacked by local people who are in control here?
Well, we will no longer attack you. We are only ones who would from us.
Good.
Oh,
Hey, where's
Yeah.
this town you mentioned again? Can we tell us and get a map?
Well, all of this territory of Ekadora.
Is that also the name of like the city, or do you have cities?
He's a little like the concept of a city he gets. Well, there are some, no major cities. No, Ekadora does not have capital here, but there are places along in true lands below waves, uh, mostly outposts now, to try and hold back against undead queen. Not going well.
Translates. Undead queen.
Ask him
Undead-
if. No, go ahead.
No, you go. Purser's just talking to himself as usual.
Ask him if. Tell him that this ship is off limits for him and everyone.
Okay. They said that they were only ones likely to attack, but I will tell him. And she does. We just want to say that our ship is off limits for you or anybody else. Okay?
Yeah, well, yes, we will no longer try and raid. Nothing is off limits for Ekadora, but he does not bother with above, in the false lands above. He just sort of
Okay.
once again sort of shrugs. Kraken kings do what they will.
Okay,
Okay.
I'll take out my dagger. I'll cut his bonds and go over, leave.
Yeah, he's genuinely caught off guard. Like when he saw the knife came out, he just closed his eyes. But when you cut the bonds, he's like gives you a disbelieving stare for a moment before taking a sprinting leap off the deck. He figured the release part was you killing him, but yeah, he's happy. Like awesome. He doesn't know why you're that crazy, but yeah, they're gone. Takes a flying leap off the deck and doesn't die when he hits the water because that would be as funny as that would be. It's not gonna happen. They'll say he got a short rest in. That's why.
No,
And
I was muted. I was gonna shoot him as he jumped off. I'm kidding.
you
He'd
still
be so
can if you
mad.
want. I don't care.
No, we
That's
don't
up
need
to
to
you.
shoot prisoners.
Nah, Mima's watching. We won't keep her happy.
I don't do it because I know Mima would want me to.
Meemaw would find
That's
that fucking hilarious. Like,
yes.
look at that. He thinks he's free. He thinks he's free. Wait for it. Yeah, there it is. He was literally over the deck. Yeah. But yeah, it seems like you're going through some type of quote unquote Kraken King territory, but they're in conflict with the Queen. Apparently they don't care about, dry land people problems. Probably.
I'm very concerned about the wet people problems.
Yeah,
I mean,
the rest people problems.
when has a war ever spilled over? But yeah, he seemed to think that if his people just went north
They
far
can
enough, they'd
always.
get to a land where they were lords. Maybe that's not the
So,
case here.
what's the rough estimate of this town? So this area, like near Catted Island, is this territory, right?
So to answer that question, I will take you to the continental map of Zendrick. You guys are here currently, and he was probably headed for this direction. If they can get into the Dominion lands, I mean, they'll still probably not do very well, but they don't know that. That are lands that are ruled by Sahagwin, or waters ruled by Sahagwin, I guess would be a more apt way to put it.
And no one controls the waters here, right? Except like the land.
It sounds like some people have claimed it. Yeah.
I mean, like what was it, like roughly? I'm just gonna draw on the map locally. Like they own like this territory, kind of.
Uh, you're not sure. If shown a map, he would have just like that would be a weird map, but he would eventually like puzzle out. Oh, okay, this is what it looks like for this. He would probably indicate like the entire stretch here and a good chunk of like
Oh, the straits in the
this.
ocean. All right.
Yeah, a bit of the ocean. Although apparently it's contested territory. Someone's trying to invade, some type of undead queen. Yeah.
The West people problem sounds very.
We could find a way around the curse by invading the water.
Yeah. Yeah, that's an option.
I'm not doing that.
Yeah.
It's not that I hate water, it's that I can't breathe water.
Not
I
even.
thought-
No.
I thought you were what, an angry wizard? Just breathe water.
He's also a paladin, and they don't like water, so.
Mima tells me that the sea and space are connected.
What?
I
Nothing.
mean,
Never mind. Just this horrible eldritch horror that she was explaining to me.
I
don't want to go down there. That's all I'm saying.
In a metaphysical sense, no, the space is much like the water of the sky.
What are you people talking about?
Anything to make you upset.
Yeah.
I'm not upset, I'm just confused. Can we just get to where we're going?
You're the captain. Get up. Get back on board.
Yeah. It's the middle of the night. I and the ship isn't going anywhere anyways. But yeah, if you guys want to go back to sleep, nothing
I
else attacks
mean,
you.
Ain't that right,
Bemmy's
Bammy?
Bemmy's probably already tranced. He's gonna go and get a hot drink from the kitchen.
Okay, yeah.
That's
What's whatever the equivalent of like a hot cocoa, a cup of tea, something. I don't know.
They
oh,
they don't have cocoa, but they're going through the supplies of them. There is some 40,000-year-old spices that are unlike anything you've ever had. That he's quickly going through his supplies with you guys. But yeah,
Okay.
some tea that is honestly, it's the equivalent of a short rest drinking it. You don't like I don't think you need the benefits of it, but yeah, it's a very refreshing like even it's a almost painfully hot tea. Like the after bite of this tea is just rough, but it's simultaneously it does taste pretty good. Yeah.
I'm gonna, yeah.
But yeah, you guys continue on sailing, and nothing really noteworthy happens until you get to the 23rd, which is a few days away. Who specifically? Yeah, so we'll say like as the sun comes up that morning. I think probably Ludger, right? Yeah, Ludger was the one who talked the most with him. Um, Ludger, you will get a message from uh Lord Gisbel, the well, for Drow, the young fellow, less than a century old, and a bit eccentric, we'll say. Um, via sending. Um, you will get the message. Food supplies getting low, even with what reinforcements brought. We need help soon, or forces won't be able to fight. How close are you? And you're currently like a good ways away still. You're 2 days into your 11-day journey, so you're still like 9 days away realistically.
I would report back. 9 days. We are moving at top speed.
Okay.
Do
You'll
we
get
have,
another
you want
sending
to tell
of.
we have the contract?
Oh, sorry. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. You could report that you have the contract if you wanted.
Oh yeah, I
Yep.
guess that would be a different message than like 9 days. We don't have it. Get out.
Yeah, that's true. That is a dramatically different message. Yeah, I'm not gonna like count out everyone's as long as you don't try and send like a litany. I'm fine with like, you know, sending the time, sending the report, that type of thing. Which, yeah, there's another reply of, um, we will try for 9 days, and then in a slightly different tone, in the same message, did you find any Arconics? She was, we'll say, indecently excited about the concept of before he was pulled on to more practical matters.
I would reply, yes, we found. It was 4 of them, right?
Yep.
Like 2 warriors and 2 non-combatants.
The he's out of spell slots. Yeah, he can't. He can't reply. But you may have made his day. All right. Like, it's probably going to be pretty comedic on the other end of that, where he's like tells his aide and the war table, they're 9 days away. But they did find the contract, and more importantly, they found they found working Arconics. Like, okay, all right, great. Um, but yeah, that's what happened then. And yeah, is there anything you guys want to do for downtime stuff in the remaining 9 days? Also, I should ask, if I remember correctly, you said you wanted to just stay on the boat as much as possible and like come at it from the ruins of Alara, where like that way you're only walking for 3 days. But is that the official plan, or did you want to try and make your way up the river and then walk for a lot of days?
It is I vote staying on a boat and not having to move for enemy territory, or like overland.
Technically friendly territory, but it is slower and a lot harder to do.
So, an argument in favor of staying on the boat longer is that we can meet up with Ludger's boys on
Yeah,
the
that's
way
true.
through.
That as well.
Yeah. Okay. So that's 2 in favor. Does anybody have any other
No,
yays or nays?
that's an excellent plan. I like it.
Cool. All right, then in that case, is there anything anybody wants to do? This could effectively be downtime if you want it to be, like 9 days of theoretical downtime. If not, that's fine. Just figured I'd ask.
Let's see.
I guess
so,
just
other than
working
help the
on,
poor
yeah,
landscape.
refit, rest. I need arrows. I only have 10.
I have a fuckload. Would you like some?
Yeah, I would.
Let me.
Okay. All right. And I heard some pondering noises. Purser, is there anything?
I'm
Take
pulling up a source book real
75.
quick.
75 good, Femi?
That's perfect.
There you go.
Can I take? Can I just take? I was just gonna ask for like 20 or 15. That's good.
No. Peck has a fuckload of arrows. I imagine she just.
Bumps
I
it
don't know.
out. Yeah, just take.
All right, I now have 85 arrows. All right.
It's like all
I
she
mean-
spent her money on.
How are you carrying these?
Have a very impressive. Pretty much her entire backpack. She doesn't carry a lot of stuff. I imagine her entire backpack
Just bundles
just-
of arrows, like bundles
is
of
just
10.
arrows.
She just takes out and hands them over.
Yeah, because she doesn't really have anything else that takes up a lot of tools. Or takes up a lot of room. Oh, she has a bag of holding.
There you go. Yeah, so she's pulling them out of the bag holding, just handing them
Well,
to you.
I'm good. Well, I wish I had a quiver that could hold all of these.
If you want less, I can hold them
Quiver of
until you
holding,
need
I
them.
would say.
A quiver of holding. Ooh.
I mean, that is an actual magic item. It's like a magic
Yeah.
quiver.
I forgot I got one and spent everything in the fancy place.
I mean, if I remember correctly, it's uncommon, so you could definitely buy one in Mishann next time. I mean, if you have any money, you could do that.
Well, I've got money.
Yeah, and it's an option. But
We'll stop the sea whales on the way here to go get one.
yeah, just like stick your
We
head
only
under the
have
water.
people depending on us.
Yeah, just see if there's ask the Krakens if they like may have any.
Yo, I'll give you a massive return on investment. Mr. Kraken, would you like some snake adder venom? It's a payment.
Yeah, they might. It's eventually someone's gonna take you up on that drug offer. But in that case, you guys
I hope
trade
it's
some
a
gear,
deity.
have fun, do fun party things, whatever they may be, and arrive at the ruined sort of academy of Elria. So sailing into the magically concealed cove of the ruined academy, you're able to dock on one of the rocky outcroppings that's like maybe it's in all likelihood it's just a natural formation. Like looking at it, it's maybe it was something more originally, but given how much could have changed, this is probably just something that was worn away into a natural sort of natural harbor or natural dock. This time you're able to do so because Casca makes use of her new familiar, small summoned octopus that she's named Gora, which is giant for the word wiggles.
Oh my god, yes.
And yeah, once you're inside the illusion, you spot a few flashes of reflected light from the cliff top. Ludger, Purser, and Balthazar. All of you would recognize these signals as being part of the Jaffet Code, the military signal system I mentioned earlier. It translates as verify.
I signal back, expecting this.
Okay.
Especially since having done the math, I would have known that the raid would have, according to the timetable, had been finished a week ago. So I know that, you know,
Any
if
flashing is
it went,
probably a good thing, assuming
yeah,
they didn't like capture the guys or something,
yeah.
which would have been
So
surprising.
like I
Okay.
do a verification code, basically coded.
Yeah. Yeah. Fair. Old Karnathi code. Um, Fair enough. Then, yeah, you can see on the top of the edge of the cliff, a humanoid figure stands up from where they'd been laying prone and uh, gives a bit of a wave far above you. The and I don't know how well I describe this, but the academy is literally built into the side of the cliff. So like you
Hmm.
can't see it from ground level. Like you wouldn't see it until you go to the edge of the cliff and look down. Um, so you sort of have to climb up it to get where that person is. But yeah, climbing through the academy isn't hard. It's a lot of the stairs are intact, and especially like if you take the interior parts of the academy. Deep, real deep in, a lot of it's collapsed at this point, but some fair enough is intact for you to make your way up there. And as you get up to the cliff top, you see the figure of one of Ludger's soldiers. Uh, Probably only Ludger can recognize them at sight, especially in gear. Um, like,
Especially if they've been doing like Black Ops stuff, they might be like, covered up and
yeah,
But
wearing
well,
grease
it's a
paint.
classic thing that, like, for example, like even outside, if like it's not guys from a unit, like guys in gear are going to fucking like all look the
Decorate.
same. Like, I mean, like I could watch Black Hawk Down, and if they didn't have fucking name tapes and shit, on their
Mm,
helmets, I wouldn't notice, despite have been used to wearing shit and recognizing people and that shit. Whereas, like, basically after a week or two in the field of wearing like fucking full kit and everything, you can recognize people on site just because like you you just get used to that. So even with like the helmets and stuff, I would likely you know, having spent like
years with
months
these
in the
figures.
trenches,
Yeah,
months,
yeah.
years in the trenches,
You
like
recognize him.
instantly
Yeah.
recognize them.
So Ludger, you recognize it as Minsdecker. Although you can only tell from the patch on the shoulder of the armor, and like I said, just the outline. Like all of the former Carnathi troopers, Decker prefers to wear his helmet as much as possible while around others after the treatment, we'll say. His raspy voice comes through as he salutes. Good to see you. Raid went well enough.
Fantastic. Uh, First things first, most importantly, what casualties you know, did we take?
Uh, 8 local auxiliaries, 6 blade marks, and 5 of the 8th.
Damn. Did we extract our casualties?
Yeah, yeah, he wouldn't say it. Yes, we have made sure to bring them.
Good. Man.
Honestly, we did we
Uh,
the locals are good about that, but I think it's some religious thing. But we actually ended up losing another one of them just to get it. They were pretty focused on it. Maybe we downplay that with them in the future. Um,
yes.
yeah,
Um,
almost
uh,
unreasonable.
but good work. Uh, don't worry. We'll make sure that our fallen kameraden find a final rest. A final rest.
Yeah, he just gives a nod, looks at the rest of you. So, and I assume that the captain of the ship stays on it as much as she loves that. D- Do you guys bring with you the giant constructs, or are they staying on ship?
I don't like the idea of tromping through the wilderness with giant guys.
Thank you very
That,
much.
that
Thank
they have to
you
carry a
so
giant pot
much.
with them.
That could just, accidentally get open for whatever reason and release. They're staying on the ship.
I mean, they've hinted that
They're
there's
staying
nothing
on the
bad
ship.
in the pot, but yeah,
Yes.
that's
Well, I think
Damn.
they're in the pot, so like
um
if it breaks or something in the trip, I don't want to be responsible for that. Like
okay.
they're effectively civilians as far as Purser's concerned. I'm not going to ask them to like go into a war situation.
And it's not like
Okay.
we don't have the space for them on the ship.
That's
Yeah.
okay. I was just trying to get a vibe. Okay. Um yeah, then if it's just the party, then Decker leads you back into, back away from the cliff. There's a couple slight hollows going up to it. It's still kind of like sort of rocky terrain, a little hilly, and you're able to see that in a hollow, basically just a slight dip in the ground as opposed to an actual valley. A sizable encampment has been set up. You'd guess that it holds more than 50 tents, but less than 100, at least at a quick glance. It's clearly a bit ramshackle. A lot of the tents are made from sheets propped up with branches, but it's laid out very meticulously. Um, and as you guys come up, probably the only member of the unit that like would be recognizable to anyone other than Ludger approaches. The human Adra Duncanwald approaches and gives Ludger a salute as well and says, "Good to see you again, Hepman. We're ready for
Yep.
extraction when possible. I have a written report when you are. Been a success so far, but we have had casualties."
Yes, so I've heard. Last couldn't be helped. But like pretty much like after the salute, like the classic, like hearty handshake and like pat on the back for having, uh,
Been in the field for over a month. Yeah.
yeah, basically it's sort of like, uh, almost like, when two close friends haven't seen each other for like a long time, that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
yeah, I get you. And yeah, she
Uh,
goes, I'll be honest, everyone performed very well. Auxiliaries were excellent scouts, and it's clear that the Sire Force has seen real war. She sounds a little reluctant about that. And the unit may be struggling with peacetime, but we performed as well as I've ever seen us, even back on the front line. Only problem was how determined the Elven bastards were, at least at first, anyways.
that's to be expected. Yeah, if anything, know, you know how we operate. We always assume that the enemy is going to do everything right, and everything can go wrong. But
Yeah.
you know,
She
good
she
work.
nods as like it's walking and talking as she's like leading you through the
You know,
little sort of tent city. You see her signaling to some people. They're going around starting to pack up things.
uh,
Um, and she says, "We ran drills for the first week after we arrived in the ruin. That uh, ghost, whatever it is, seemed as nervous about us as we were of her. Didn't bother too much, but it was unsettling to have a giant ghost rambling at night. Um, when we set out, it took us about 4 days to get to the first mine. Could have taken half that, but we were using every trick in the book to avoid being spotted. Uh, we found the target mine and hamlet built around it pretty quickly. Took a day to watch the entrance, count guards, scout terrain. Then we hit them. Caught them with their, well, pants down at first. Only lost a few auxiliaries before the enemy pulled back into the mine. Figured they were panicking, went in after them, but it took longer than it should have to dig them out. We finished the last of the guards off and took to freeing the slaves. Sir, I've seen a lot of things. Kyber, I've done a lot of things that stay with me, but the mine was rough. We were able to get 74 out. It was when we came out of the mine that we got, uh, well, there was some retaliation. They'd responded quicker than we thought they could. armored head to toe, good heavy stuff too. The Olenquai clansmen warned us about that, but it was still a bit of a shock to see just how tough they were. They weren't giving ground for shit. Fought to the last to try and hold us back initially, but once we broke free and started heading for the extraction point, it was they only really followed us for an hour or two. We were getting jumped, but once we left the enemy footprint, they just seemed to lose interest. The attacks stopped entirely. I don't think they expected us to just run for the shore. We've been here since then. Glad we brought the crates of rations from Mishann. Between them and fishing, we've been able to keep everyone fed. Found a working tap a little way into the ruin that we've been using for fresh water, but I'll be glad to get these bunch somewhere safe.
Good work, of course. You know, be what matters now is at the very least, we have a ship. Off of out of character. Doing the math, would the ship be able to make it to Mishann, drop these guys off, and make it back to Elra by the time we're done in Gizmical?
Oh, yeah, it's a like 2-day trip walking to get to Gizbalcol. Yeah, absolutely,
Okay.
you can make that trip.
Just want to make sure because but it was
Well,
doing
let
the
me.
math between.
Yeah, because it's a 4-day round trip for you, and it can. No, actually, I lied. If you go there and then immediately turn around and come back, it's about a 3-day trip. I'm sorry. It's a 3-day trip from Alra to Mishann, going by water. It's a 2-day trip to Gizbalcol. But, you know, if you wait there a day or two and then come back, the ship can absolutely be back. So that was my bad.
Yeah.
That being said, they may like to feel useful by guarding our evac point.
Do that, man. I will say
Uh,
after about another week, they're going to start to run a little low on rations. Because I checked, I went back and
That's
listened.
fair.
Like, you guys did remember to to have them bring rations from Mishan and just stash them in Alara, but they've been just kind of like mainly subsisting off those with like the occasional fit with fishing and some foraging to supplement it, but too much longer and you might start to run low on food.
uh, my general reaction is, especially I do want to talk to the Cyrus commander, because again, my general reaction is to, you know, I bet people are antsy. Like, yeah, they haven't been chased yet, but they're still within
Yeah,
striking distance of the Peckway. Whereas if we get them to Mashan, like not only can both the Irish and Carnathi troops, as well as auxiliaries, like stand down after like 2 weeks of constant operation. They can also we don't you know the refugees can be more properly taken care of.
yeah. Yeah, the Cyrus on the Cyrus side of things, s- technically um house why do I always brain fart this?
Denith.
The mercenary house. Deneath, thank you. I knew it was a D. The how technically he's House Deneath, but he's Irish. Um he does like the idea of leaving as soon as possible. Like he is a vet of the last war. He's seen real war, but he'd rather get back somewhere safe. Like he and his forces aren't thrilled about staying here too much longer. There's definitely been worse places to be, but they're happy to not be like right now the safest place for them to sleep if they're feeling uncomfortable is the ruin, which is fucking haunted. So their fallback position has a giant ghost who like rambles and is confused by
It's like
them.
giving
So
physics lectures while they're sleeping.
yeah, or well, it's sadder. She's giving kindergarten lectures while they're sleeping.
Yeah, I
So
could imagine. It's not nap time. Stop sleeping in class.
Yeah,
For the love
like
of God, let us sleep, Ghost.
yeah.
Now we should, as long as they're in fighting condition, bring the Olenquai warriors.
They are in Gizbalkul.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I
They
didn't.
no
Okay,
no no. That's a
so
fair
they
thing.
split off and continued on.
They wanted nothing to do with freeing slaves, and more than that, they would have been willing to do it just to poke at Pickway, but they were recruited because you had the pretty clever idea to be like, hey, you know that leader who you all like worship the ground he walks on? He decided to stay behind, which they promptly turned around and like all but two of them. They are all of the Owen Clay Warrior cast is like currently in Gizbalkul.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah,
judging by the way they were talking about casualties, I wanted to make wasn't sure if
yeah.
they were here with them.
No, you don't know how they may have had some casualties, but you don't know because they split off the moment they got to Alra.
Okay.
They did help with training during the sale there. Like they did give the liberating force a rundown of like, yeah, Pickway, they like heavy armor, blah blah blah. You know, their asses, some things like that, but they did not take part in the raid.
Yeah, in that case, I'm fine to send these guys home and get a move on.
Cool. Yeah, then in that case, takes about an hour, but with it's a little awkward because of the size of the ship and everything like that, but you're able to get I think it's close to 100 people loaded up. Still ample space. Ludger, do you want your family? I can't imagine you're going to drag your family with you to Gizbalkul,
No,
but I
they're going
wanted to
back.
check. Okay.
Now that, like, it isn't, now that we can actually have, like, you know, it's not one or two bodyguards in a potentially compromised town, like, they're, they're going back to safety.
Okay. Yeah, and the 74 lizard folk will be a fun little encounter when they get back to Mishann. I'm telling you, the lizard folk are gonna displace you. We're just building this all up to the natives. I don't know. There's not that. That's kind of crazy talk. Boat unloads 75 locals. Um, but yeah, the ship begins its trip back to Mishann, and you guys are on the windswept cliff top of just above Alra, and you can start your trip through that through the friendly hilly hillside to get to Gizbalkul. Is there anything you wish to do before officially parting ways? Get one last meal from the chef. Try and try and see if you can't like fit the urn in a bag of holding, stuff like that.
Purser's ready to boogie.
Okay, cool.
One last meal with the
Yeah,
family.
thank you very much. I was about to say, but Purser, did you have you even been to the kitchen yet?
It's
Yes.
it's very improv. It's not like an actual kitchen, but he's doing miracles with it, you swear.
That's my point. He knows what he's doing.
I'm willing to accept that, but we have people to save.
I mean, yeah, it's fair. You guys like he could make some to-go bags probably while you guys are discussing it. As
Just final meal of the family and talking to like the leadership of the teams as both like a debrief as well as a like the classic, battalion commander comes out to the field and like gives an attaboy to like the fucking company and platoon command teams and shit.
yeah,
Maybe even
and
like a badass guys to be like gathered like whole battalion, that sort of shit. Like
yeah. And if I can piggyback off what the commander said, yeah. But yeah, so
as a
yeah,
Mustang, Ludger would like throw something if someone tried that.
but yeah, so you guys do. I feel like that's all part of the departure affairs. But either way, you get some to-go bags. You know, say goodbye to the family, yada yada, and set up on the cliff top of Alra and begin your 2-day journey. Which How are you approaching that? Are you going to go like fast as you can? Are you going to just go slow, steady pace? Are you going to try and be sneaky the whole way? How do you want to do it?
My vote is not super cautious, but not reckless.
Normal speed. Yeah, I'm fine with
Standard
that.
speed? Okay, okay. Fair enough. Then let's see for the first day what, if anything, happens. Okay, so the first day, as you guys are going along, about midway through the day, you spot um, like something flying overhead that does circle you guys a couple times, but seems to either lose interest or just decide not to attack. And based off the silhouette, pick it's in what you were referencing earlier. This is one of the native manticores that primarily nest like pretty high up on the volcano, but yeah, it apparently decided you didn't look worth like making problems over. It
That's
definitely
valid.
swooped low a couple times, but they're not they're pretty smart things. They seem to pick up that you guys were problems. Primarily because so many of you seem to have ranged weapons. It just decided, nah. And continued on. That was the most noteworthy thing that happened on the first day. And on the second day, let's see what happens here. Okay. The second day, Bemi, you get a mirror call from Mima, in which she asks
Hold up,
she
hold.
asks yeah.
He gets it, holds it up. Is there like a private spot that I could
I mean
kind of
it's
hide?
it's hilly. Yeah, like you could, run behind a rocky outcropping or something. Yeah, you could
Yeah, I'm gonna go. Yeah, I
some
gotta use the
scrubs.
tree line. I'll be right back.
Fair enough. Yeah. And yeah, your call from Mima is I mean her calls are always odd. But hers involves Bemi, are you at Mishann? Didn't
Nope,
sound like Mishann.
I'm not a. I'm not a Mishann. Me,
You need
mom,
to
not
get
here.
back there when you can, Bemi.
What's
Uh
going on in Mishann?
that that's for me to know. But I needs to have a talk with when you go back there, there's a fella that keeps talking about how he can see the future and you know, nonsense like that. I need you to talk with him or well, tell him to take the curtain off his mirror. I need to talk with him. All right?
Okay.
Okay. You remember to do that when you gonna be back in Mishan, Bemi?
That's a good question. Let's see. We got one last chore to do. Can I get maybe a week?
Fine. You get
I need.
back there soon, Bemi.
Okay. Can I call you back and let you know when we headed back?
Fine. Yeah, and she just she sounds frustrated at the fact that you're not just there when she tells you to be, but mm,
Meemaw, did you
all
do
right.
something different with your hair?
Oh, yeah, there was a bird's nest with all the little babies in it dead. I modeled it after that. Um, that's good on you for noticing, Bemmy.
No, no,
And
Meemaw, it looks good.
I know, Bemmy. I know. My last gentleman caller said the exact same thing.
Yep.
And yeah, it's
Okay, you
that.
have a. I can't wait to talk to you again. I'll talk to you later.
All right, you stay away from them women's.
That
And
sometimes they try to get to me, but I say no. Meemaw is better than you. Leave me be. And they're like, I need to run away. Oh no, not Meemaw. It's
that's
great. Yeah,
that's my boy, Bemmy.
yeah.
Yeah, and she it's the connection.
Oh god. Bemmy's kind of sweating. He's like, I never lied like that before. It really hurts. Whew. Okay. All right. What was
And
I supposed to tell someone?
Oh God. Oh God. Covered
I
in
love,
here.
I love Bemmy immediately brain dumps. Wait a minute, what was I supposed to
Yeah,
say?
that's it. He was too preoccupied and be like, "Stay away from the women." No, I would never do that. Never, ever. No.
Well, I'll let Bemmy figure that out when you're back in Mishann. Yeah, you head to Gizbul. The rest, like I said, the rest of the day is pretty much uneventful. But as you guys get closer to the clan hold, you should be technically in what was their territory originally. Um, some things have changed in the time you were gone. The Vorwick Pact forces have moved much closer to the settlement walls, either willing to risk artillery shots or more likely the defenders have run out of ammunition. See, if they were just using siege staffs, they would never run out of ammo, just spell slots. But the already barren, hilly landscape now resembles the infamous Field of Ruins on the southwestern front of Sire during the last war. Scorched mounds of soil and trenches dug in uneven lines give a closer reach towards the clanhold walls. There are two encampments set up on opposite sides of the town, each one a hive of activity, with their own artillery set up outside and a sizable camp to hold enemy forces. The tents are they're definitely lined up in an orderly fashion that speaks well of basic discipline. There's a deep smell of smoke and burnt meat that lingers over the entire battlefield. I'll put you guys on a regional map, local map.
Yo, what the fuck?
Yes.
Okay.
Did we win?
Well, you didn't lose yet. That's the important part. Given that they
Yeah.
you don't see pillars of smoke rising from the clan hold, so presumably it hasn't been sacked or anything yet. There we go.
I don't think they won.
Well, I mean, yeah, you probably haven't won yet. But hey, maybe that's why you're here.
Can we just like kill like the leader and just win the war and go back home?
Yeah, that would be something you could do. But yeah, the of these two camps, the western camp has the Pequay colors, while the southeastern one has the Nuxavaro and Eberron clan colors. I'm not going to make anybody roll for it. I feel like there would have been a primer, and either Ludgor or Purser probably would have just like made a cheat sheet. I like both of you are experienced enough with international relations. Like, I'm not gonna remember the fucking code of colors. Let me just draw this. Like, put a couple colors next to like a name, and yeah. Oh, we lost somebody.
I think it was Zach
Zach.
because I
Zach,
saw him
yeah.
disappear.
He's in the third world. Like he can't help it. All right. But yeah. So just glancing at the numbers of people you can see kind of milling about, looking from the hillside here or whatever. At least in this camp, and a little bit here because they're both pretty close to the walls at this point. Pretty much just set up artillery pits outside and just chilling at will. Um, you would say that the combined enemy forces have probably like 200 people at most, somewhere in that range. Only about half of them are armed and armored, like, actual warriors. Um, Maybe a quarter again look pretty similar to the conscripts that you frequently killed in Biapo Col. Um, it was your impression like those aren't actual, caste warriors. Those are, basically soldiers. And about 50 of the remaining another quarter of the people are lizard folk slaves that are working as manual labor. either digging entrenchments or just otherwise getting close to the walls. They could just be laborers. You see some collars among them, but not all of them have it. But either way, yeah. How do you want to try and get in?
No, obviously, I know they're like under general siege. Is there any areas that like the defenses look a bit thin? Obviously, not enough to like actually sail in and out, but like for a team out as small as ours to like get into the city. Obviously, there's the giant fuck off like pit here,
That,
but
yeah, that's outside the city walls, and that was something that was there when you first arrived. It looked
yeah, yeah,
kind of like a
I know.
big open air mine. Yeah.
Yeah,
I would
I
say
know what that is out of character, but
yeah, yeah, yeah. They did mention something about digging a mine that for some reason people got upset about. They were going to cut out the middleman and dig directly into Khyber, where there's all kinds of stuff.
We could just fly in.
You could, yeah. I mean, that's an option.
Why not?
I'm not opposed to
I'm
that.
not opposed.
See, I can
I
upcast
realize I
fly
might
to
possess
hit 2 of us, and
Okay.
then those 2 carry the other 2, and I guess Pick will have to walk.
No, my little feet.
I was gonna say I don't know who's just. I think I may be in terms of strength the weakest, so I guess I get carried.
I'm a wizard.
I thought you
Wait
were
a minute.
paladin,
I thought you
I'm also a paladin.
were.
so you're strong.
Wait.
No.
You can't trick me with your words. I have 8 strength.
Yeah. So, how are you guys want to do it? I would say, what's the time limit on fly?
An
It's a
hour, I
minute.
think. Let me double check.
Oh, an hour? An hour is, yeah, an hour. Then you're good. It's just you
Oh, it's
want to do
10
it slow.
minutes.
10. Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, we can make
yeah,
it
10
10. It's gotta be a bit
minutes.
quick.
Yeah, I'd say you'd want to get a little closer, but like,
10
somewhere
minutes. Just don't
about
fuck
that
around. We
close.
should be fine.
Yeah, yeah. It's about from where you are. It's about 3 miles in. You're just kind of looking over it.
Yeah, that gets us 6,000 feet, which
Ye-
is like what, 2.5 miles?
Yeah, yeah. Realistically, you get a little closer. You like, yeah. I'd say you could do it. So yeah, you just get
Oh,
edge up a little bit here.
1.13 miles. I hate Imperial.
I thought it was 5,000. I was like, I'm not gonna question that. But yeah, so you get about here, and then from there, just do cool flying stuff. And what time and manner are you going to get that close? Because, like, they're not watching hard or expecting reinforcements for, especially for these guys to come from basically Peckway territory. But,
I'm thinking maybe like this. Yeah, basically try to get as close as possible before we get spotted, and then like fly the final distance.
I mean, yeah, that would make sense. Are
They're
you going to
also
try and?
expecting that if there's reinforcements coming, it's going to be an army and not 6 people.
Yeah, and they like
5
it
people.
definitely wouldn't come from that direction. That would be weird. Reinforcements came from there, but like, and so they're probably keeping some eye on it, but not hard. That was 30 people, or that was almost 30 people, not like an army. Um, but yeah, are you guys gonna try and stealth it? Or are you gonna like hair a bunch of the like chewed up bushes and glue them to yourselves and pretend you're trees? How do you want to do that?
I like that plan.
Yeah, all we have
The
to do is get within a
Entwives, yeah.
mile, so I would like stealth. I'm not great at stealth, but I
It
will
doesn't,
attempt it.
yeah, it doesn't have to be that high a score in order to avoid like being spotted by occasional scouts. So yeah, you're in that case we'll do a group stealth check. And if everybody could go ahead and roll for me.
Okay, here we go.
You guys got this. I believe
Yeah.
in you.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a 9. 15.
Question. Would I
Yes.
have any bonuses just because, like, it's less about being sneaky, just, my past experience of, like, knowing the route to take, like being able to read
If you
no
want,
man's land.
you could do it with like an intelligence. You could do it with stealth with your intelligence modifier if you want to do that instead. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Just one of those weird situations where I actually have a better stealth score than my intelligence. So,
Okay.
uh, figured it'd be worth a shot.
I mean, 17 is still pretty good for disadvantage. That's pretty fucking good.
Yeah, not bad.
All right, so now we need Bemi and Balthazar. Okay.
Yeah.
And Bemi.
He's gone.
Oh shit. Sorry. And I assume he's gone. I'll roll for him. Just in case you guys maybe want to boost.
Yes. Although
Well, let me look at his. I think he's pretty good at stealth.
I have heard that.
He has
I'd hope,
+7,
I'd
so
hope a fucking rogue would be.
we'll give it a try. We'll give it
He's
a
not just
try.
rogue, he's like a Gloomstalker Ranger, I think, right?
Still, he's
Yeah.
rogue.
He did multi-class. All right, so all right, that's could be worse. Okay, so it's not a great check. I'm not gonna lie. However,
No.
and I'm assuming also I was assuming you guys are doing this during day. Did you want to wait for night or did you want to go by day?
I think daytime works best.
That
Bammy.
honestly, the check is lower at day for in an odd inversion because they are a lot less likely to be happily peering long distances. They hold a magnifying glass up to my fucking eye during the day. So, um, the DC was 10. You managed to get past it with a group average of 12, and you guys are able to creep up to where you need to be. Um, you're just looking down into this weird giant open air pit with occasional like s- uh, runic carved obelisks that they put in at seemingly random intervals. Um, but yeah, it's not active or anything, and you are close enough to do your fly so high plan.
Ba-doop, ba-doop. So yeah, I'll hit. Honestly, I think Balthazar and Ludger are the right choices, and then
Yeah, because Balthazar
Balthazar
can
can
do
carry
strength
me.
stuff
Yep.
with his astral self thing. So
True. Yeah, it's true. I can swap it to wisdom.
Mm-hmm.
yep, you can be strong if you're wise. Okay, yeah, I'm not going to make any checks there. You're using up resources by all means. So if you upcast Ludger and Balthazar, you can fly, and Pick you can too. It's magical.
It's
Um,
amazing.
and,
It's a little weird to see the people without wings and two little
yeah,
flappy arms. But
yeah, it's a little
we'll
unnatural,
cope.
but
I mean, she's seen it before, to be fair.
Yeah.
yeah,
It's just
yeah, it was weird then
nevertheless
too.
weird.
Yeah, and yeah, I would say you guys are able to fly quickly over, over the walls. You do see, like, glancing down into it, you can tell Gizbalkul has been pretty badly damaged, um, to the point where only the giant structures remain primarily intact. And based on the scorch marks and cracks, you'd say the attackers like did fire on them, but it became became apparent fairly quickly it was just wasting ammo to try and shell the ancient giant. Like if they've stood for 40,000 years, pretty sturdy. They especially when they could be laying waste to the rest of the town, which they did. It's chewed up pretty badly. Uh, there are like an unsettling thing is there are some people that point at you from inside like the fucked up wall. Like so they do still have a perimeter on the town, but clearly it's very thin and it's probably more of an alarm system than a flat out um, like enough to hold any real pushback. But yeah, there's some pointing, and you guys do see the reflection from a couple heavy crossbows aimed in your direction. But maybe they can probably see just from your like magnified forms that you're not drow, and they are supposed to be watching for non-drow friendlies. So, some people do come up to basically meet you where you would touch down. They don't pepper you full of crossbow bolts, which is a good thing. Um, and yeah, once it's verified who you are, some of the guards, two lizard folk and one drow in what you recognize as kind of artifice armor, uh, lead you into what was once the foundry. Um, it has gone cold, and there's none of the industry or pouring of molten metal. Instead, it looks like the majority of the clan has taken shelter here. It's just crowds of people packed into this uh, like what is it air- airplane hangar sized building. Most of them look scared, hungry, miserable. You hear a few children crying amidst the crowd. Um, but yeah, it seems like they're here at least, so presumably holding out. And now it's just a trip up the enormous steps to speak with Lord Gisbel and the rest of them, his council, so to speak. And you could take the smaller steps next to them, or they haven't been running, but you could take the enormous stair climber machines that they use if you want.
I forgot about those damn
that's nice.
things.
Where it like slams back down onto the steps every time it climbs. Um, I'm assuming you don't do that, but the option's there. And yeah, you head up to the home sort of like apartment, personal quarters for the clan head. Inside, you're ushered in pretty quickly. You see young Lord Gisbel, his aide Quelmar, and the familiar face of Lord Olenquai, who are all visibly relieved to see you. As Lord Gisbel asks in a hushed tone, "Did you get it? The contract and the Arconics? Where are they?"
We have the contract right here.
And yeah, like you're pulling it out of bag of holding or wherever and putting it down. Uh, the Lord Gisbel immediately, reads through it, sort of reverently touches the surprisingly warm metal with his hand, just what clearly wowed by it. Um, while the other two do their best to sort of fill you in on what's been happening. And this is just a basic rundown of information. Um, Gizbulkul has been getting attacked much more aggressively the last several days because they finally ran out of ammo and couldn't really. It became an artillery duel with one side naked. So at that point, they pulled back completely into the old giant structures, both of them, and have just been kind of hiding and rejecting the various calls for surrender that keep coming. Their fighting force has been reduced to less than half, even with the Olenquai reinforcements. Those are the only reason they really held out past the deadline, as those reinforcements stopped to pillage several Pequay clan farms when they got in, well before the um, siege really got this bad. So that was they literally would have had to surrender before now if you guys had. That was a very good idea because they would have run out of food. But
Yeah, they'll be fine.
they have been fine. Yeah. The Pequay clan has followed every single new attack with a demand for surrender, um, which Lord Olenquai thinks is a sign of desperation. He says that they seem to have gotten increasingly desperate to just get this over with. especially in the last 2 weeks. They're, once again, they just give you a rundown of about like the enemy forces, 200 total, about 150 actual fighters, and around 50 that are slaves or just laborers.
Hmm.
And yeah, do you guys have any questions for them or any further information you want, stuff like that?
Nothing from Purser. He's
No,
mostly interested to see
I'm
what
good.
happens with the contract.
yeah, sounds like a good report to me.
Okay. Fair enough. Then Lord Gisbel looks over the contract and says that reading through it, doing some identify shenanigans, he will say that the first of all, the tablet's always going to work for someone that Lady Nadja Ash would judge worthy of her favor. Um, but if it does, she will provide a favor. It's not explicitly listed how much, but he knows through the grapevine of uh, Fernian like leadership, whatever you want to call it, that she was recently paid in soldiers when she did a favor for Sultan Azkalar. Um, so she does have soldiers she could lend to your forces, actually salamander soldiers, and if you wanted to use it as a lesser boon, you could probably use it to like get raw materials or something like that. But those are you could probably ask for other favors, but those are the immediate ones that he knows she could grant. And unless anybody objects, he's going to activate it and see if she judges him worthy. Okay. And yeah, the other drow leadership is a little bit nervous and like takes a step back as he activates this. Um, as the tablet grows hot and the ancient script kind of seems to very much light up as he reads through it. Reads through Elvish and then Primordial, and there's a blast of heat followed by a low rumble as a figure made from living stone, magma, and sand materializes in front of you. They have a feminine form and carry smithing tools as well as a massive hammer across their back. They are dressed in a gorgeous flowing robe that has a metallic shimmer to it. I will put up the image. Okay. The woman looks confused as she glances around this workshop and says something. Those of you who speak Primordial would understand. It's Terran. It takes a minute to sort of translate, and says, "Where is the High Priest Sharataz?" And then she sort of like getting no direct reply, looks over everyone more carefully. Go fetch him. I expect something truly impressive if he suddenly calls me like this. And for his part, Lord Gisbel is just looking very much, how would I describe this? We'll say starstruck. He very much is like kind of gobsmacked about what to say
So
here.
I'll like nudge him forward with my elbow.
Like, buddy,
It's your
you
show,
gotta do
kid.
something.
Yeah. Yeah, he comes forward and stuttering pretty badly, starts saying, "Uh, uh, well, so, well, Sharataz, if he was the giant that you made the contract with, he has he is dead. Um, and but uh, I wanted to demonstrate that I could be worthy of your favor as well, and then the contract would be valid for me. Um, to which I'll have him do a persuasion check, which I don't know if he's proficient in.
Oh,
Somebody help this boy.
I'll assist him. I'm the smooth talking alien, knowledge having.
The autistic
It's like,
inventor.
I'm not sure.
Go forward and talk to Angelina Jolie. She'll be fine, boy. Like, he's like 17. All right, let's see. Gizble, here it is.
He's doing his best.
Wowzers. Does anybody want to give him an inspiration in
I
case
will
he
give
rolled
him my
4?
inspiration.
Holy
I
shit.
will give.
All right.
Even a ghost or you don't know inspiration.
Holy shit. Okay. All right, 13. That's better. That's better. Yeah, so he at least is willing to tolerate, like, with Pick chiming in and helping here. That's able to get him to a functionality. And he is going to she basically just demands that prove it. Like, she just says make something so that the contract is valid at all. And this he is proficient and quite skilled with tinker's tools. So he will try and make something. And that is also, if any of you guys want to like swoop in and be like, no, we're worthy. That wouldn't really change anything as far as you can still use the forces to save it. I just wanted this to be more open-ended.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
As
is
far as
going
Purser's concerned, it's his show. Like, it's on him. If he fails to save his people, it's his fault.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay, he got with a +9, he got 21, which DC is 20. So yeah, and wow, that was lucky. So that, like, we'll say he crafts let's see, something just out of, he would probably make we'll say a bird. Well, he makes like a silver bird. He just quickly, basically out of some scraps, is able to put it together. Very like scrap work art type thing. But in spite of that, it is actually quite beautiful. And Naja looks at it and says, "Fine. I suppose you're worthy enough. If Sharataz is dead, it seemed it did seem like it was some time. I wondered. That's a shame. What do you want?" And yeah, he looks to you guys. Do you guys want to like have some salamander soldiers to act as a military reinforcement, or do you want to bet that like you being there will turn the tide of the war as far as forces? Right now it's about 150 warriors versus about 70 something. Actually, let me look. No, it's 68.
I'm not sure what would be best.
Like, you guys, technically it's his show, but you guys are the ones who got the contract. He's not gonna naysay if you're like, no, we got this.
I mean, on one hand, part of me really does want, the ideal of like, not spending this contract and like, long-term benefits. But on the other hand, I'd rather like make sure we have the numbers we need to break the siege.
Yeah, it would be a pretty brutal uphill battle if you're fighting in just that much of a numerical disadvantage and your troops are half starved. Yeah, that would be bad.
What kind of assistance scope are we talking here? Like, how many salamanders? What can she do?
Oh, when you ask that, she just flat out states it's a modest amount that the Sultan gave her as far as she's concerned, given that she made some particularly exotic weapons, but she can offer up to 1,000 salamander soldiers.
1,000.
Yes.
What a deal.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. That would be
I
a game changer.
would almost along the lines of go like, we don't want to do 1,000 because that basically probably just burns our fucking like
Yeah, then
that's
as far as she's
enough.
concerned,
That's
favor's over.
enough of favors over. We only need like a tenth of that to basically, you know, demonstrate that they're not the siege isn't going to work. And if they want to try it, I'm a lot more comfortable, fighting, especially since their forces are split in two, divide and conquer. So 100 salamanders and then sally forth and hit one of the camps, deal with like half of her force, obliterate them, and if the other half still wants to play, we can fuck them up too. And that hopefully, the contract isn't completely fucking filled after getting 100 salamanders.
The Pequay clan will break if they see 100 salamanders charging at them.
Both of them will break,
Well,
FYI. Like
the other
neither.
one will as well, but Pequay apparently is already like on the
Yeah.
edge.
But
Yeah,
like
they don't want to be here.
yeah,
Some asshole just raided one of their fucking mines. They have to address this. Yeah.
yeah, like again, I'm uh like if they break and run, that's just as good too. I'm just saying from a viewpoint of you know uh you know basically arguing like let's only ask for a tenth and try to like that's a lot of goodwill, but hopefully that's not or
All of it. I
not
get you.
not
Okay.
all of it. Like
Okay. Um yeah, then like he'll say, if we can have 100, we don't. You know what? I feel like with some coaching, primarily from his
you
aide
got
who
this, champ. You got this.
no, she flat out just like doesn't quite speak for him, but steps in and like rewords it a little bit here. So basically, uh, while your offer is generous, we don't want to abuse such generosity. Um, we would be happy with only a tenth of that for the initial mm, for our needs at the moment. Um, and yeah, that's probably a good move because that makes her at least willing to answer the next time the call is put out, so to speak. And yeah, just basically say the word while you're holding the tablet, and you'll get 100 um, fiery salamanders. I wish they gave him a name that wasn't just fucking salamander. I'm sure there's another term, but yeah, you've got the option to bring some rain down. Now, uh, do you want to just try and attack, or do you want to try and call for a parlay, or like what do you want to do there? You could warn them beforehand and be like, "Hey, we're about to fuck you up if you don't leave," or you could try
I
to negotiate terms, or you could just try and hit them.
I would say basically not a super amount of warning, but the equivalent of we just sallied forth with a big army marching, and if they want to like call timesies, then we'll do it. But otherwise, like just march into them and basically give them a chance.
We
call
give them
for
one
parlay,
final
but
chance to surrender.
we're sure as shit not fucking warning them. Like,
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Nah,
Fair
they
enough.
don't
Because
need.
the- you know,
They've
the
been here
way
for a
that
few weeks. They don't need
the
warnings.
guarantee this works is the fact of like a not basically for the threat of getting destroyed piecemeal. Like,
Okay. So yeah, in that case, do you want to like? It sounds like you want to summon them and like basically leave the walls with like 100 fire salamanders behind you as you walk up towards the tent. Terrifyingly.
I like that plan.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Then in that case, you guys with Lord Gizbul, I I feel yeah his aid, and there's no way Lord Onquai would let you go without him. Um, with them in hand, you guys go through the ruined town to the west towards the Pequay encampment, and now they do have an artillery pit basically aimed at the city, but well, there's two artillery. There's one here, one here. But yeah, you go and then you just want to come out of the city with just hordes of these things behind you.
Yeah.
Okay. No, just trying to get the image. All right, then in that case, Lord Gizbul activates the contract, and the air gets very hot as pouring forth from it is just a gout of flame that you can see like goes up to the sky basically. And slithering out of it are countless, well, so it seemed like countless, exactly 100 salamanders slither out, leaving burning trails in the soil and scorching the pavement as they come out. Um, and yeah, you guys just marching band out there. There's a lot of horns blowing, what sound like very big drums being beaten, and let's see. One sec. Check. Yeah, realistically, with like as you guys come out, are you with him and like at the front of this horde, or are you like gonna linger back in case they decide to try and drop a shell where he is exactly?
No, I'm gonna be right there beside him.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Um, yeah, then in that case, the signals start going louder and louder as more and more of these salamander reinforcements come out of the city seeming. And yeah, as you guys are just marching up I think it's like not even half a mile to it. Um, there is a pretty sizable force that comes out, but there is a white flag waving over a mounted rider who comes forward. If you guys want to try and listen to them or just like pick them off once they get close enough for, I don't know, firebolt. Eventually, Purser's going to be like, just you wait until I can make this a holy firebolt. Resistance
Amen.
this.
Amen, brother.
Yeah. But yeah, if you guys allow the rider to approach, they will come up. You notice they're pretty heavily armed or armored, or especially for mounted. Very kind of knights. But comes forward, standard dinosaur rider. He's no old gray, but it's a good mount. And comes forward, and the person yells out that, let's see, Lady Sophalai Pequay wishes to speak with you in a private meeting.
Is that to us or to Gizbel?
Just like the leadership at the front of this burning army.
Okay.
Just
We're gonna call this a solid nope.
We're willing to parlay on neutral ground. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, if your answer is the affirmative and that that it will be considered neutral and there won't be any shenanigans, yeah, then in that case, let's see here. What is it? Coming out with, let's see, there's 5, 6, 7, 8. Coming out are 8 people, matching the numbers that you guys have. Um, uh, all of whom are in varying levels of armor. 7 of them are in heavy, like the heaviest armor you've actually seen here, like full helmets, shields, longsword, like very kind of almost medieval European plate armor, like honestly heavier than what they actually use, but fantasy equivalent of that. Let me bring it up here. Solitar, we want Pickway Clan Warriors. Here it is. And or not longswords. They have like full on warhammers. Uh, these are some heavy boys and girls. Uh, and in the middle of them is a woman in different garb. Let's see here. Um, this must be High Lady Sophalai Monton Pequay. She's not a big woman like Lady uh, Lemquek was, but even at average height, she gives off what you'd say is probably a pretty cold aura. Dressed in a fire bronze breastplate with curved longsword at her side and crossbow at her back. Her rings and cloak shimmer with obvious magic, and she has a, I won't say friendly look on her face. There's a faint curl of her lip, sneer when she sees Lord Gisble. But mostly she just looks kind of mad. Let's see.
It's like nerd. Damn it! How did the nerd do this?
Where is Sophia?
Damn nerds.
Oh, that's why. I actually made a separate thing for clan heads because there was way too many. All right.
As a
All right.
quick side note, I'm not gonna let Lord Gisble get more than 5 feet away from me, but keeping him within arm's reach.
Yeah, that's
I'm
fair.
ready for anything.
That is fair. That's a very good point. I will point out that like no matter what clan does it, maybe even Eberron, um, breaking their word on this type of very formalized warfare, uh, they would be nobody would ever fucking work with them again if they like flat out tried something here. Um, it yeah. Listen, this is the heaviest like drow
Yeah,
female
I
armor I
know,
could
but
find.
it's still funny.
I know, I know. Hey, that's kind of, I will say, you don't know. The top one could be female armor too. You know what? In fact, that's canon. That's the standard image for them is female.
How kind.
Um, but yeah, so she doesn't look thrilled to see you guys. But she does come out and says some stuff here. Where is it? Okay. Uh, Ladies, her expression of muted contempt is only gets more visible as she sees like all the rest of you, and offers only the most basic greetings before like cutting off her aid and just says, "Enough. I need to get back. There's no more time to waste here." She looks you all up and down, and like she's definitely looking past Lord Gizble at the rest of you.
It's obvious what's happened here.
Yeah, this offer is for the Mishann Alliance. Greater Clan of Pequay has entered the Verwick Pact on the condition they aid us in maintaining and improving our territory and industry. clear that with this, they've now failed on both accounts. Thus, the agreement is null and void, and, well, there is no good reason to stay here beyond the nonsense that this mad fool has been trying to do. We are willing to withdraw at this change in fortune, as it's clear, as much as it would be preferred, these are not illusionary. Somehow you've managed something, I'm sure, with your new allies. And she just sort of grits her teeth and just spits out the next part. Political affiliations look to have been reduced to a binary system at the moment. Your alliance or the Verwick Pact. While we won't attack our former allies to the south, at least not immediately, we would be willing to discuss switching allegiances if you are interested. Otherwise, we will simply withdraw from this battlefield.
So we have no actual problem with the Pequay clan, apart from the fact that they're Zulatar and
people.
slavers.
They're
but all of them are. So
they're rough even among the Sulat. It's a mining company. Even among even among megacorps, the mining companies tend to be a little rough.
yeah, but at
Um,
the end of the day, we need neighbors that are, not inclined to wipe us out.
That's
Even
gonna
if
take
we're
a
not
while.
allied with them, we just need them to stop making things worse.
yeah, that's fair. And she's like flat out, she's basically ceding ground here. She hasn't officially said we surrender, but this is like we're willing to walk away if you don't push it. Clearly, this is a problem. All the battles here have been on a shoestring budget because of their population drop anyways, so they can't really field armies anymore. They can field a couple hundred people.
Yeah, I'm happy to let them withdraw, and we can do actual diplomacy with them later when we're not actively threatening with a big stick. Just, we have a big stick.
That's fair.
Well, now I need to pretend we do have one.
Well, we do.
Yeah, this is only 100. You could call out 900 more if you wanted to really threaten. I will say there have been a lot of like horns being blown and drums being beaten to the south too, as they see like they do have scouts watching, and it's like, why is there a horde of fire approaching the southern or the western camp? But yeah, what Lord Gizbel looks to you guys for that for guidance on that. This is his aide would give her opinion, but like they're gonna follow your lead. You bought this victory for them. They know it.
I can accept the withdrawal of an enemy that realizes that victory is impossible.
Yep, I would. If anything, it'd be nice to get something a bit more formal on them, leaving the Vervic Pact and not fucking, so we don't have to come back here. But I'm also hesitant to actually make formal deals with them. Like,
Okay, that's fair.
so.
You don't want to do that. How many times have we come out here, Haru type thing? Fair enough.
I
Uh,
think a
yeah.
promise to negotiate further is a good angle to push for. Like, we don't want to strong arm them. We want to come to the negotiating table on, fair terms and like without armies at our backs. I think is the best way to do it.
Okay.
At least as far as I'm concerned. Everyone else can pitch in on that.
No, I got you. Balthazar, what's your? I haven't heard anything from you yet.
I'm pretty much good with whatever you feel like.
Okay, fair enough. So it's that's
Response: kill them all.
Yeah, it's just burn them all. Yeah, cue the Game of Thrones Mad King.
There's
Okay.
no
So,
mercy within this dojo.
all right, all right. I mean, that is an option too.
I think if we
But
really want to stop this, we can show a very bad display of power and just win video game.
you could, yeah, that is definitely an option. It might lead to trouble in the future, but there's no guarantee you can't solve that with more force too.
Exactly.
I- Eventually you run out of salamanders, but there's 1,000. So it
We
sounds
we
like
we we used the fire newts to our victory.
yeah, I thought those of you in the other game would appreciate fire newts solving problems. Um, so it sounds like barring Bemi, who has decided to, we're gonna say he's with Balthazar on this. He's okay with either. Um, he's still sweating, trying to remember what he just promised to Mima, and
It's like doing the mental arithmetic, trying to figure out what he could have promised her.
I know I said to talk to somebody. But in that case, we have three. I interpreted picks as talk is good.
Yep,
We have
always.
three. We have three talkie talks. One kill 'em all, and one what's Meemaw want me to do? Which
I'm okay with talkie talks, but man, sometimes you just gotta kill them.
yeah, you're okay using the stick of worst case scenario, which I think everybody is. So in that case,
But yeah,
we'll say
we'll
it sounds like
we'll
the
talk. We'll use diplomacy. I'm a monk, but I'm also a noble, so I wanna win.
we'll try. Yeah, yeah, it's better to win in the long term. So in that
But
case, it
if they
sounds
try shit, I'm going to beat them.
yeah. I
Yeah,
mean that's the whole
ultimately,
point.
our job here isn't to kill Drow; it's to stabilize the situation for Mishann.
Yeah, yeah,
Well, we
that's
could
fair.
stabilize it by killing all the neighbors.
Well, no,
That makes for
because
bad trade.
then the rest of the Sulatar Empire figures out what's going on and decides to come deal with us.
Then we kill them too.
It's you don't understand.
Don't worry, Don't worry. If we could just bring them into this one spot, we can stack wipe them.
That's what peace is when you've killed enough people that there's no one else. Yeah. Um, but in that case, it sounds like the consensus is that you're willing to accept her basically withdrawal from
Mhm.
this conflict. Um, and
In exchange for a promise of future negotiations.
yeah,
Sounds good to me.
she pauses and says, "Very well. If you're serious about that, I'd prefer if you didn't bring the entire army, but you're free to do so, although they won't be allowed in the clan hold. Uh, we will be back. I will be back in Pekway Kull within the next few days. Feel free to stop by. I guarantee safe passage, in and out."
Sounds good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with that, and like as she's basically getting ready to leave, she pauses and says, "You're free to ignore it. Part of why Pekway got involved is that little madman has been convinced that there was the secret of unlimited wealth since he was old enough to interrupt his uncle's meetings just under our feet. I would recommend you stop construction of a so-called mine, given that you're his allies, but it's ultimately up to you." And yeah, with that, she remounts and her force heads back to their camp, back to regional. But yeah, you can see them like the army does seem to be basically picking up pulling up their roots and getting ready to head on out. Word is spreading out. There's still a fair number of like forces watching you with their weapons out too, in case you decide, in case you were waiting for them to turn their backs, because you know it's an army of basically summons led by like technically some of their nobility, but also a lot of foreigners who they don't know those like are they going to follow the standard noble rules of fighting, that type of thing.
It's fine. I'm unarmed.
I know. I heard another ding. Zach,
Yeah, someone. I don't know if y'all could hear me fucking bitching about the car wreck in front of my apartment, but
I didn't know.
Well,
Someone
I
Did
heard
you?
one phrase that indicated like basically, oh, what the fuck, before you like went
cut
silent.
out.
Yeah, you just like it was great.
oh,
Did,
okay.
did
Well,
a pigeon drive a car into your home?
no. Basically, all I heard was just like screeching and shit. So it was like a Coca-Cola truck. Popped a tire. It looks like and fucking smashed one of the fucking power lines. And I'm like, great. It hasn't fallen completely. They got people out here to kind of stabilize shit. I don't fucking know, but of
I
course,
mean, if
of
it
course.
makes you feel better, their answer to it will be to put up a pole next to it or just strap it to it. That's the standard fix. They don't actually take down broken poles. So, they literally just wait for them to fall. That's standard operating procedure. But yeah, well, correction, they don't do that unless it looks like it's going to fall in the immediate future. Otherwise, they have no obligation to actually take down that shit.
It was
Uh,
still just enough to knock everything. Like I had no
oh
power.
yeah, that's how it
Like
works.
anyway,
So you missed. The party decided that you know, we don't need 1,000 fire newts, which is or fire salamanders, because the contract was good for if they wanted to use it all at once, you could theoretically bring out like 1,000 fire salamanders and just do whatever you wanted with them for what's the time limit? They are around for a day. Um, so you could do that for a day. They're not like summons where they like are innately under your control, but they are going to follow your lead because their bosses like told them to listen to you. And the party went up and basically walked up to the Peckway camp with 100 burning soldiers behind them and said, uh, you know, what do you want to do? Do you want to throw hands? To which Peckway said, no, we'll leave and at least withdraw from this. Uh, and the leader of the Peckway clan was just in the process of warning you guys that even if she leaves, probably you should make sure that Lord Gizbel doesn't finish his dig into Kyber mining project. But, she's the one who's leaving. You don't have to listen to her. And yeah, her forces are currently like packing up. There's a lot of signaling and confused noises coming from the southeastern camp. And probably some sending message being sent, some sending messages being sent back and forth. As this is all very quick. They haven't actually responded yet, but there's some confusion happening. Do you guys want to stay out here and basically watch them pack up to make sure they don't try anything, or what do you want to do? Right, because right now it's just a show of standing here with a bunch of fire salamanders behind you, and
keep an eye on
uh,
them.
yeah, fair.
Actually, I think it's a show of respect to say, you've surrendered. You can go. We're not going to like make sure you leave because it's not like they can do anything anyway. So I'd say we just head to the next camp and
And walk
Um,
up. That's fair.
no.
No,
No.
okay. That's also fair. I mean, I'm legit okay with whatever you guys want to do.
I'm just, maybe I'm just slow to trust. Yes, sign of respect, but we don't know.
Okay, I'm good either way. They're gonna be good to go in like 2 hours. They're doing it as quickly as they can, but you know they had kind of dug in. They thought they were going to be bringing they thought they were going to be going into the town next. They didn't think they'd need to be hauling stuff out. Um,
Okay, you got 2 hours. If there's anybody still here, they're dead. All right, go to the next camp. All right, Bruce,
yeah.
you're right. Let's go.
And then we
Yeah.
released a plague on their towns.
Then we summon the rest of the 1,000 Manters. Just chase after them.
It just cauldron them.
Yeah. But yeah, they do eventually get everything they're bringing. They're leaving, some of the bigger shit, but by and large, even their artillery is huge. So they pack it up and they're departing, um, following the road to the west. And if you guys want to sweep around and start going towards this camp, um, you you don't see an immediate sign of white flags there, but you do eventually see, the request for parley type thing. It's very similar comes out. However you guys want to answer that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
always
a
happy to
similar
talk.
thing.
Okay. All right. Yeah, if you're willing to talk. Um, then in that case, this is once again, it seems to be a local custom. They match numbers, so it's 8 people to your 8, with both of you basically having an army behind you, or Jesus, I keep calling it an army, a number of combat people behind you. 100 people is a bit much for an army, but yeah. So you see coming out, the central person, or at least the sizable guy, is someone who introduced himself as High Lord Verwick Egan Nuxavaro. He's tall for a drow, well over 6 feet, and while he's dressed in fine clothing with a few rings, a set of ornate golden vambraces, uh, he more resembles an experienced mercenary than anything else. His face is crossed with scars, and his axes and shield, while of fine quality, are pretty worn with use. Um, just based on what you know of Drow, you'd put him maybe in his 4th century, maybe like quick human equivalent early 40s, but hard to tell exactly. Put an image up, along with a label, so that we can know about it when we look back. To his right is a man who's introduced as Lord Artima Maber Epron. He is a somewhat withered drow man, dressed in like surprisingly basic stuff. Simple leggings, pants, leather armor, or at least Saurian leather, and an ornate short sword at his side. His cold gaze sweeps over all of you. You're not sure what it is, but it's kind of reminiscent of like looking into the eyes of a snake. You notice his left eye looks false, although he seems to be able to see out of it just fine. You'd guess him to be in his 5th or maybe even 6th century, but given how badly withered his body is, it's kind of hard to get a good estimation. And I put this up as well. Okay. Yeah. Nuxavaro isn't anywhere near as abrupt with formal introductions as Sophalai was, but there is an abruptness to it in the sense that, yeah, there's armies behind you guys. He says, he says, good. Now we all know each other. Down to business, hmm? Up until now, this has been a good training exercise for everyone involved. I never thought you'd be up to it, Gizbul, although you've obviously had some help. He nods towards Lord Olenquai, and you guys. But you've done a good job with your defenses. However, he gestures towards the enormous army, or towards the hundred burning soldiers. This was not expected. what exactly do you intend with this?
Like, yeah, are we waiting for him
I
to
mean,
talk, or is
he'll
it
talk,
on us?
but I want this primarily to be you
Mhm.
guys. Like it's
Okay, just
he'll talk if need be,
do,
but
I mean, he was
n-
addressing like
nobody
the Lord,
actually
so
thinks he's gonna answer. That's the thing. He's a 17-year-old
Yeah.
piglet
yeah,
who should
yeah.
not be in
I know.
charge.
Just I
He's
don't
a
want to be the
small
one like. So what say you, Lord so and so, random foreign mercenary? Go fuck yourself. Like,
Yeah, no. You're
I
good.
will
You're good.
fuck him and walks. That's my reply.
Yeah.
yeah,
So I think we should just push the same angle. Like, you've lost this fight. Uh, withdraw your forces and remain open to negotiations from Mishann.
Yeah, lay down your weapons. It's not too late for my mercy.
no. Basically, Ludger would put it. It's like, all right, yeah, but let's be honest. You know, at this point, while you know, while it's Gizbel, right?
Yeah.
What?
Gizbul is the clan that all this
Okay,
is
okay.
both fighting over.
He's like, okay, let's be honest here. Gizbel, Cole was on its last legs until we delivered this wild card. Thus, no matter what, Gizbel Cole likely has no real offensive threat to your pact and is something of a thorn in your sides, but no real danger. Thus, I see no reason to continue, this fight, especially since you know, we're both military men. We know the outcome.
Nuxavaro is listening to you the whole time. Um, doesn't seem. It's probably one of the first drow you've met who doesn't seem to be like fighting down. He doesn't seem to have. He doesn't have the look on his face where there's like a foul smell when he's talking with you. That seems to be your default reaction when talking with drow. Like it's either thinly veiled confusion or just like barely concealed sneer or something. He's definitely giving you his full attention, and reacts to that with sort of a bit of a snarl and says, "You're not wrong, assuming any of this is real." As he gestures towards it, and quickly glances to his side, um, where you see Lord Eberron gives a very curt little nod. In that case, it does seem like fighting over this territory wouldn't be to our advantage any further. We are willing to withdraw, as long as you're willing to allow that.
Yep.
And yeah, he will say, although I want you to be well aware that this conflict isn't over. My people will not be at the mercy of foreign allies. But for now, you have the day. Enjoy it. And yeah, with that, without another word, he will depart. Lord Eberron is watching all of you very closely as he leaves. And yeah, it seems like you've successfully chased off both forces. Very much you can stay and watch them, but same thing. These guys pack up their bags a little bit faster than the Peckway. Not too much faster, but just like you get the feeling their equipment maybe is less heavy. I don't know. Not necessarily their armor, but just like
Yeah, the
Peckway was
clan of
providing a lot of
yeah,
artillery. Yeah.
The clan of assassins and Vikings is a bit quicker on the march than the clan of like mine owners.
Yeah, there's definitely an element of that. And yeah, they pack up their things pretty quickly. The longest thing it takes them to take out is the artillery, but that's taken up in pretty good order. And they begin their journey back into their territory with I won't say a lot of friendly looks, but it seems as if you've played your card well enough and short-circuited this conflict. And like as you get back in, Lord Gisble, for his part, looks like he's close to passing out. This is this has been a big day for him. Like he's technically been trained for this stuff, but um, this was a lot. He
There's a
was
difference between being trained and actually doing it.
yeah,
Yeah.
especially when it's like go up and talk to what are basically warlords who have been trying to kill you for weeks.
Well, also,
Yeah.
when he received this training, it was under the expectation that, he'd get to participate before being the one in charge. He'd be able
he
to
was like
observe and
yeah, he was like the third son. He was the second son of the uncle of the like, or of, he was the second nephew of the line that was going to inherit. He was never supposed to be in charge. Uh,
I
so
will say, while we're like kind of walking back, I'm already kind of like, you know, and I'm almost certain they've already picked up on it. Pretty much the equivalent is like, okay, like this magical MacGuffin contract, like watch him with a rolled up newspaper so he doesn't fucking blow the goodwill of the salamanders with his goofy fucking autistic like experiments rather than like actually when this could either be the emergency fucking save your asses or the steady stream of like materials that this could be for like the next like century or so.
Lady Nadja, Lady Nadja, I wanted to know what happens if I weld these things together. It's 3 in the morning. Yeah.
Can you just wait until sunup to be, or can you just wait until sunup to be fucking weird?
I don't even have a son, and this is bullshit. Yeah, this is like, yeah, um, yeah. I mean, that's a fair point. You could his aide would definitely agree with that sentiment.
And also, at some point, we're going to have to sit them down and have a talk about the the fucking hole into Kyber.
yes. Now, you might be surprised. Purser's not directly against the idea, but he does want to share the knowledge he has about how to make it as safe as possible and when to cut your losses and fill it in.
Yeah, I mean, Kyber's a fun roll of the dice. Sometimes you get a really nice, useful place, and spoiler, Peckway has been exploiting something like that. The problem is, Gizbol decided anything they could do, we could do. We're way smarter. We don't need to find a naturally occurring one. We'll just make one. Um, and yeah, that's tricky. Uh,
Yeah, there are very valuable materials down there that Purser would like to get his hands on, but Templar of the Silver Flame,
yeah,
gotta do it safe.
there's a lot of fun stuff down there.
Well, and I mean, to Ludger, it's almost basically it's like, okay, you guys are the manufacturing like giant that needs raw materials. Yes, yes. You now have a magical contract that if you like skim off the top of it and not get greedy, basically gives you a steady supply of those
Nah,
raw materials you don't have. Yes.
nah, I
Stop
want
digging
more.
the fucking gateway to hell.
No,
No.
no. As long as we don't dig past layer 42, we won't open up hell.
yeah, that's how Kyber works.
Come on, man. I played Dwarf Fortress. Jason can vouch. Just don't dig beyond like layer 30, and you're fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like I said, there are safe ways to do it. You just have to know when it's time to cut your losses.
Yeah. But in that case, we might as well cap off the session with where is it here?
A hug and a kiss and a declaration of eternal peace.
Yeah, that's the vibe this game will have. Um, no, Lord, at that point, um, Lord Gizbel is willing to officially, like, they wanted to before, but you said no until we could actually help. They are happy to officially join in the Mishann Alliance, um, and cement his clan's position as if they're no longer under another clan, they are technically a greater clan. So he would technically become High Lord Gizbel.
I'm sure all the other elves are gonna love that.
Yeah, I mean, it's,
Well,
but
all two of them.
yeah. Yeah. So are you guys willing to take the oath or accept his oath of basically fealty, um, and his clan's oath of fealty in exchange for, my enemies are your enemies, yada yada, that type of thing. It's not even fealty; it's alliance. My bad.
If it's fealty, I'll be much more up for it.
Yeah. Well, all of the ones you've made are alliance ones.
How about oath of vassalage? Would that work?
No.
They're trying to get away from that. Like that's the
Balthazar,
win here.
yeah, Balthazar, one of our
Sorry,
big selling points and like
sorry, force of
major
habit.
aims is
I'm sorry, force of habit.
yeah.
That's fair.
See, we're fighting for a seat at the table.
Yeah. I mean, you're gonna have a big seat, but yeah, if you guys are willing to take that, he does the oath, with Lord Olenquai as a witness, and his aide Quelmar seems relieved enough that, like, once she calms Gizbel down, she goes over and just like, not quite passes out, but just sits down and like goes limp, basically. And you guys have resolved the issue without a drop more of blood being spilled, which I'd say that's worth a reward. You guys just got to level 8, and I will stop recording here.
We did